No. Good morning, guys. Hello. I am ill a little bit. My body's fine, my nose is shit. And look what we have here. I would love to read this, but then the reaction to this would be bad. I sound like a scrawny bitch. Good morning, Snoggy Boy. Okay, I'm getting coffee. That's not good. It's spawning too. And I need some water. Yo, good morning, 2-minute gang. What's up, everyone? Ready for another day of abuse and timeouts? Tomato salad, long time no see, man. How are you doing? That's what we're here for. Mr. Real Suvaku, it's all fine, you know. I just started banning people that were toxic so that we could have a nice conversation about making games, you know. I saw you getting upset yesterday. Jesus, I'm super early today. Hello, Hidden Mux. Good morning. Or Hidden Mux. How are you and the family doing, Cakes? Are you guys getting better? Yes, physically yes. My nose is still fucked up. Like I sound, you know, I sound like this is not free. Did the entire family get the flu? Yeah, we did. Don't ignore YouTube frogs. Oh, this guy, this actually, you know what? Don't tell me what to do, bitch. See you in 5 minutes.
Das Wasser haben?
Hä?
Willst du das Wasser haben?
Ich hab schon, du kannst den Rest haben.
Ich dachte,
Ist, wo ist Zoe? Ist sie alleine?
Ja.
Okay. Thanks, I'm exhausted, but fine. And how are you? Good. I'm good. I have a big problem in the game. It looks like it spawns. Wait, spawns. Why does it start on round 2 now? Huh. That's odd. So we need to fix that today, essentially. No test, that's why. No, you're wrong. That's not the reason. Huh. It happened again. Why did you ban that guy? Because he told me that I was Asmongold, but 5 times dumber. And now he told me that I should say hello to YouTube frogs, like the second they write a message. He told me what to do. And I don't like being told what to do. That's why. Okay, sir? That guy was doing a speedrun any percent, yeah. Speedrun ban any percent, exactly. Lady Cakes, yes. She's making, I don't know what she's making. Maybe she made some coffee or something. I think you got more hard skills than Asmongold, but Asmongold is just very well spoken. No, so like here's what I think. Like let's talk honestly, right? I think Asmongold has a lot of knowledge when it comes to playing games and the entertainment industry, and overall when it comes to how companies and how economics work, which I don't have. So for example, Wirtschaft in English halt. He is more well spoken of course because he's English. But he knows a lot when it comes to economy and stuff. Because his dad taught it to him. Economy? No, I think so, yeah. I think it's economy, lol boy. And I miss a lot of that knowledge. However, when it comes to making games, I'm starting to get a lot of knowledge. He worked at the IRS, yeah, as well. And so I think that for me in the future, when I talk about games, when I released my game, it's taught, not teached. It's fine. He doesn't know that much about economy. He once worked at the IRS for 5 months. Do you use physics engine for your game? I'm currently making a platformer C++ and I'm struggling to implement a proper collision in physics. A platformer? 2D or 3D? Rocket Flake. 2D I can help you. 3D I've not done this. Box 3D is classic. 2D. So what do you need? What do you need? Box collision? Box circle collision? Like tell me which type of collision you need. I just give you the code. It's fine. You can have it. You don't need box 2D. I just want to have some collision, for example, like in Spelunky. Yeah, but so here's what you need to ask yourself first, okay? Let me show you. So what you need first is to ask yourself the question, what do your characters in your game do? So let's say you have a dude, yeah, in your game. And he's like running sideways because you have a side scroller. What type of collider do you give him? Do you give him a box? Or, wait. Let's make another one here. Right, so colliders here, right? And we're talking about C++. Because that's mostly where you write the things yourself. Now, you need to ask yourself the question, well, what type of collider do you want? Do you want a box? Do you want a capsule? A capsule is essentially 2 circuits and 1 box. You might be able to tell this apart. So what do you want? If I was making a C++ game, I would go with option 1 over option 2 in the beginning, and then see what it works for, and then see what works for me best. If you want box collision, and in the game you have other boxes, all you need to do is have box collision. That's very simple. Box. Can be done like this. Let's mark this. I need that in a second. Essentially this. It's a very simple way to collide That's a very simple way to collide two boxes with each other. They both have a position and a size. And that's all they need, all you need. And that's in a 2D game where you don't rotate things. That could be your first thing. Maybe you want to have box-box collision, where you have one box rotated and the other box rotated too. That's a little bit more complicated, as you can see. I don't use that oftentimes though. And if you want to know how exactly you could do a very efficient 2D game where it's always pixel perfect collision, I'll have a very good resource for you here. Fuck off. This article, Celeste and Towerfall Physics, right here, made by Maddie Thorson, explains how Celeste, the very successful 2D game, does their physics. And it's a very interesting read where you come to learn that they differ... how do you say that? Where you come to learn that they separate the movement in X and the movement in Y. But I can recommend reading through this. I'll link that to you as well. There you go. And if you guys want this on YouTube as well, here you go. Fixed time step would be needed also a bit later, yeah. Like there's many iterations you can go with this, and the last step would be fixed time step. You know, so you choose box versus box, let's say, and then after that you would try to do a fixed time step. There you go. Cakez actually said Celeste and not Celeste. Good morning, Ogmash. In CSGO, they just stack loads of boxes in the character model. Yeah, they do. Why fix time? It's mostly in physics games. It's mostly because physics operations are very important. No, not important. It's the wrong word. It's not. It was never important. It was never important, Cakez. It was never important. It's the one that is, when it's cheap, the opposite of cheap. Expensive, yeah. Mostly physics operations, especially in 3D games, are very expensive. And especially resolving physics collisions is very expensive. And so in order to alleviate that issue, and also to make sure that the physics runs at the same... There's always the same result depending on how many frames you have. Independent on how many frames you have. Sorry, not depending. Independent on how many frames you have. You want to fix the time step for your simulation. And that is the physics simulation of your game. Where you move characters, you apply force, you apply wind. You want to fix that to a time step that is reasonably fast, but constant. So that would be 50 frames per second. And that will allow you to then uncap your rendering frame rate to interpolate rendering frames between the previous known and the current known location of your characters to give you a very smooth frame in between the step. So it's difficult to explain this, but essentially what you get is you get a very smooth gameplay loop with very high frame rates, because you're not simulating your game every time, because that's very expensive, but you still get the movement frames in between. So essentially like the fixed time step is this. If you have fixed time step, that is, if we take time, right, and then we have fixed intervals in which we upgrade our game. We call that the simulation. We call it simulate or update, however you want to call this. That's an L though. And this is happening in these intervals. And that could be, in most cases, in Unity, for example, this is 1 divided by 50. 50 times per second. 1 second divided by 50. Okay? Seconds. Excuse me. And then what you do here is you get the previous time step P and the current time step C. You store both of these states. Think about position, okay? So we have the P position. And we have the C position. And what you do here is, when you render, you lerp between the two knowns. You lerp between the previous and the current position. And that is the uncapped rendering. So your rendering loop might look something like this, where it renders this many times in between. And so what you would do here is you apply a lerp function, where over here you have 0 and over here you have 1. So you go from 0C to 1C. And you go from 1P to 0C, essentially. And that's what you do, and therefore you get a very smooth frame rate, but a fixed update and simulate function, which allows you to have consistent output that is independent of frame rate. If your frame rate drops below this 50, then you're calling simulate and update more than you're rendering, and you're running into issues. And now you have to make your game in a way where this doesn't happen. But let's ignore that part for now to make it easier. That's why you do fixed time step. Essentially. What happens if rendering takes longer? Yeah, if rendering takes longer than simulation, then your game falls behind. If this takes longer, it starts to fall behind. And you get static frames. You get stutters, of course. You get stutters. I fixed the golem sprite, Cakes. Oh, wow, that's awesome. I'm gonna take a look, man. Thank you. You can simulate, you have to simulate more than once in that case. Yes, you do. You're always simulating at a fixed step. Yes. But again, you fall behind. Because you can't keep up. If you can't keep up, then you have an issue. Oh, collector of stuff. Okay, collector of stuff is getting banned. He keeps spamming these shitty messages. 30 minutes. 10 minutes. Maybe he comes back. He's doing this on purpose. And I saw the Discord meme, by the way, guys. So who is me? Who is Cakes and who is collector of stuff? Is collector of stuff the left one or the right one? He fell off, only bot messages, yeah. So is that me? Collector is to the right? There's no way. Hello, Mr. Cakes. I've done some deep self-reflection of the current status of chat. The toxicity has gone far too long. This is unacceptable. I decided to change my ways. Yeah, Bible thumb. From this day forth, I shall take a pledge to not be toxic. Yeah, sure. I think your answer, you're afraid to answer, is a legit question. Yeah, sure, bro. That's why the question repeats, right? So I want to talk about this, but my voice sounds like ass. And so I don't want to do a YouTube video. I already did 2 shorts, it looks like, that I could upload to YouTube with like a shitty voice. I don't like that. I don't like the way I sound, guys. So I thought about just programming today, you know. Thought about just doing a classic old programming stream. Survival, good morning. You sound like Thor? I don't think I sound like Thor. I sound like a fucking... That's what I sound like. Maybe people won't notice. I approve. Anyways, by the way, guys, I'm not gonna talk about it. I'm not gonna talk about it. We'll just incentivize people to do that. Gotta route the mic through Reaper and Bass Boost. I noticed that Bass Boost is not very good on TikTok because you sound very distorted. TikTok has a terrible compression algorithm for audio, and the more you Bass Boost yourself, the worse you sound. Because Bass Boosting is essentially boosting the lower frequencies. And so it looks like it is destroying the lower frequencies more than it is destroying higher frequencies. Did you watch the Pirate Software Exposed video? I did watch it, and I think this guy is... I don't know what this guy is on about. Like, who cares what someone does in their free time? Does that take away from what he's done? Like, what he's doing now? I don't think so. So, like, in there... Who cares, man? Let people do what they want to do. Who gives a shit, bruh? Have you guys heard about the guy that does sports commentary? I don't know his name. He's a very well known figure. He has glasses. He's very young, and they found out that he did gay OnlyFans before, and like, so for him it was a big deal. For me it was like, okay, that's that. So I just don't care really. Cakez, how did you search entities by ID? It's just a linear search over the array, or all entities have some more, or something more sophisticated? No, what I do is the following, and I think I'm even changing this. I think, maybe not. Essentially, good morning, sir. Good morning for RE. Essentially, what I do is this: get entity by ID. Yeah, this function here. Essentially, first and foremost, I return an entity pointer. Okay, so I return a null pointer if I don't have an ID, and an ID is empty. It's my own ID. This is... No, stop it. Stop it. Okay, this is what it looks like. It is an int number. I don't know why I have this mage on my thing, but okay. And I have an index. An invalid index is -1. And you might be able to tell, hey, loser, see you in 5 minutes. Fuck you. An invalid index is an index into the array, and by default, of course, it's -1. And so what I do here is I try to find the index in the hero count array. Then I'm indexing into the array, and I'm checking whether the ID is the same as the ID that I'm indexing to. Because what I do is when a hero dies or an enemy dies, I change the array. I create holes in the array, and I fill these holes with the last unit. So these IDs sometimes are no longer correct, even though if the index is correct. But if the index is correct, then I just have O of 1 lookup, and I return the index immediately. If I don't, then I do a linear search. And this search could be optimized, I know that. This search could be made even better using spatial partitioning. You know, chunks in the game. I could make this so much more efficient, and I will most likely do that. However, for the time being, id.id is just the number. And I call this ID. It's a terrible name. Yeah, I know. I have ID index and I have ID. Yes. It's not a best name, I know that, yeah. But I don't know what I should call this here. I could call this UID, essentially. Do you have a hash table in your game? I do not. I have never done a hash table in my game. And yeah. Essentially, I have arrays, which allows me to iterate over them really fast. And I always have packed arrays. So the efficient part, this one is still efficient. That's good enough. That's fine. The inefficient part is this, where I try to find the correct enemy. Because if, let's say this doesn't happen, because I, you know, replaced this enemy or the last enemy moved, then I have to do the linear search. And in the linear search, I obviously go over all of the enemies. If I were to make this better, I would create a chunking system first before I change this linear search to a random search or like a spot search, which is what you could do too. Both are fine, but the best improvement here would be chunks. And then for you too. But that's something that we will do much, much later. Right now, if I take a look at my game, actually I can't do this here. But if we take a look at the options and undo VSync, we're getting about 890 to 1000 frames per second, which means like we're fine. We're fine still. Okay, and I don't have the most powerful CPU at all. I have like a mid CPU. It's fine. We are running low on frames sometimes, yes, with a lot of projectiles. We have to take that into account, but for now, yeah. I see this is what I was interested in, since doing a remove at swap back breaks the index, yeah. So the way I do this is the following, by the way. If I update an enemy, you can see that I supply this array index, and the first thing I do is update that array index, because the moment I swap, it is an array function. Let's see this. I call the array function to remove index and swap. I just assign the element here, essentially. And so oftentimes this index is no longer valid. And so the first thing I do is update the enemy. When I update the enemy, I update the index, essentially. And I get that array index from the loop when updating enemies. So I update the heroes here, and then I update the enemies right here. Which is right here. And then I supply the index here. I want to be smart like Cakez, okay. And the client was working with, I used a sparse array for my entities implementation, and essentially I had two IDs. One was pointing to the sparse array, and one was stored in the sparse array was actually an index into the array. And the client was working with an entity ID, which was always the same, but the underlying ID was managed internally and could always change. I have seen this implementation before, where you use two arrays to index, to hold data. And that could work too, yeah. But then essentially what you have for your entities is, I think, is your entity array, when you're updating entities, is that packed? Mittag. Yes, it's packed. So you can still go over. So I think the way this works, and correct me if I'm wrong, is this, right? So when we're talking about entity IDs, I've seen this before because I tried to look up the most efficient way possible to make entity and IDs. You have two arrays. And so an ID would then just be a number. I think, and an index. Or it's just an index. And so that number is the unique identifier, and the index is the index into this slot. So the index would point here, and then this one points to another slot here that's always packed. This is always packed here. Ah, shut up, bitch! Packed. This one's always packed. And this one here is sparse. And so this will point to one of them here, the actual index. And this ID points to this slot. And the moment that this one dies off, here, this one is erased too. And therefore, if you index into this, you will find out that this is empty. But maybe I'm wrong here. ECS back and forth. I think I've watched this once. Not watched this, I read this once. Could be wrong here. Sparse array. Yeah, so this points to slot 2. This points to slot 0, yeah. Hello, 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 Ramis. Exactly. And then if you... if you remove one... it moves the 6 over here. It deletes the 7 and moves the 6 over here. And then the number 2 points... still points to number 0. Wait, no, wait. The number 1. Yeah, this changes, essentially. Yeah, this changes. Feeling better? You still sound a little stuffy. Yeah, I don't... I feel better physically, but my voice is not that great here. Oh. Anyways, enough of this. Let's do... So I'm probably gonna do a just programming stream today. And we start by fixing this bug right here. I don't know why it spawns 2 enemies. Not sure why this has happened. Is happening. But we need to fix it. Sometimes. And also... give me a second here. Restart. The restart button here. Buttons confirm. Then it calls init level. Huh. Let's mark this as A. Then restart round. Restart round button. What I do here is this. Wait, do I need to? Yeah, I need to. Throw in a log where the enemy spawned. Should give you a stack trace, right? Yeah. So, I think I'm not doing this stuff here. Reset the level state. So what do we have here? I have level state, time. Wait, it resets this like this. Interesting. So what does that mean? But I clear the enemies already. So I don't need to do that. And then I pop the active modal. This is also done. The preparation. Level state. Intro. Yeah. So I don't need to do this. That's the only thing here.
Gotcha, bitch.
I don't understand. That's odd. Did Collector write a bot after finishing Collector 2D, by the way? Yeah, he did. Yes, he did. And this guy is a known Twitch Skamal guy.
Am I so out of touch?
My man, Genuss, thank you.
No.
Genus Nymphicus just subscribed. Big tick support for 12 years.
Thank you. Great.
Hey, Daddy, when will you finally finish your little tower defense?
Just wait, my little Cakez Petzl. Just wait. Dwarf Fortress also took more than 30 years to finish.
I don't want to be like Hicks.
Cringe. Just wait, bro. He's right. So this time equals 0 is already done here. This mem set is already done with this. So then why does the reset not happen sometimes? Why does it leave me with round number 2? It doesn't make any sense. I just don't understand. Right now, it changed to round 2. That's odd. It always changes to round 2 the moment there's one dude spawning. Yeah, it always changes to round 2 here. So I can reproduce it. That's good. Being able to reproduce a bug means we can do something. So what happens? And it spawns 2 now. Which is also odd. Huh. Okay, so it resets the level state, right? To 0. What does that do? Time? Pause counter? Lives? Round index? We are on round 0. Kill count? Looks good to me. Money spent 80? Can we? Yeah, we can advance. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. It's okay. I didn't notice. So all of this is 0. Spawn timers is 0 too. So then, why is the round wait, we don't even need to do this. We don't need to do this because this is done here. Don't need to do that. I think it's time to make the game from scratch in Godot. Round 2 is not odd. I watched your Odin video. I love it. Oh, that's awesome. Better Call Bruv. That's awesome to hear, bro. Yeah, and Gingerbill was so nice to actually... How is it round 2? It was actually so nice to be here, you know? I also saw that he did an interview with Mr. Prime. Ginger was dying inside from your inability to read the docs. You're wrong. You're wrong, bro. He was like, damn, this guy can code. Oh, wow. Okay, so what we're going to take a look at is this round index. What happens to the round index? Okay, I want to see. Seeds. Round index is still 0. Init foliage. Okay, so now that we have this, right? It does all of these things. Restart round button. Yeah. Yeah. Lost level. No, we don't have the skill tree open. We don't have any tutorials open. Ah. So we are currently in intro, which plays the game. Which this will be a modal, of course. But it's fine. Then we break. Ah, and then it updates everything based on delta time, which is 0, of course. So it updates all of this, excuse me, all of this stuff. And there are no more enemies left to spawn. There are no enemies spawning at the moment. Which means, sorry. Hey there, I'm from, hey there. Hey, I'm here from YouTube. I followed your Sprite tutorial. Do you have other tutorials that explain how to animate and draw, or do you recommend anything for it? Oh, I recommend stuff for this because I could show a little bit, but I think the best tutorial out there is right here. Also, what is it called? Adam C. Yunus has very good tutorials about pixel art. This one is the one I recommend the most. And you guys on YouTube might want to check this out too if you want to do pixel art. This is a really cool website that I always link. It gives you GIFs, however you want to call them, that shows you how to animate certain objects, effects, plans, how to draw certain things in games with very nice text. You can download them. And the cool thing is you can actually start a sprite. And then you can, what is it called? You can drag and drop them into your sprite file, into your sprite editor, and then have them side by side. So for example, I have a couple of them here in tutorials. Let's say I wanted to have a bullet. I put it here. And then I also open up my, I don't know, texture atlas, which we'll need anyways. And then the bullet can be put to the right here. Bloop. And then you have the bullet tutorial where you can work on a bullet to the left. And you can go through the particular frames one by one to see how they are drawn. It's very nice, and you can read the text as well. You know, and create some really cool effects. That's how I did a lot of my pixel art lately, to just, you know, learn this stuff from the ground up. Hey Cakez, I'm a huge fan of your YouTube. Can you explain how I can learn C++? Do you recommend using a game engine or writing my own? How do you do hot code reloading? Where did you learn pixel art? Nails. You know what? I'm gonna time you out for another 5 minutes. You're stepping over the line. Sorry, my browser crashed. I didn't see the full
Am I so out of
reply.
touch?
Where can I get these documents?
No.
If E66 just subscribed. Big tick support for 7 years.
Thank you.
It's been a real pleasure watching you work on your tower defense game over the past 7 months. Your dedication and attention to detail are truly impressive, and I'm sure when you finally release that demo, it's going to be amazing. You've shown us that great things take time, and I'm proud to be part of this journey with you. Maybe by this time next year, we'll see that demo, or finally watch you play Black Myth Wukong. But hey, no rush, 2045 is just around the corner.
Shut
right?
up.
Sorry, my browser crashed. I didn't see the full reply. Where can I get these documents? You can get them right here. This is the one, and then you can download them and put them in a sprite side by side like this. Stop it. Yeah, I don't know how to put it back. I guess like this. You can put it side by side like this. They have snapping here. And then you have them side by side. I'd rather read than watch a video. Yeah, because it's a little bit easier as well. But you can also watch videos on YouTube. Yeah. Adam C. Yunus has some good stuff. Okay, so this is happening here, essentially. We award experience for the rounds, which we haven't beaten yet because we are managing the rounds. And so, essentially, we need to get rid of these cases. I never finished this properly. Spawn system reloaded. So essentially, if the game's paused, I shouldn't manage rounds. I don't need to update anything either. I think. Right? Start new rounds. Looks like a great resource for learning. Thank you for sharing. How do you manage code quality in a team setting? It's fine. We can have him spam this. Display colliders of obstacles. Select hero with left mouse. So this is difficult to do here. How do I do this properly? I guess I'll fix this off stream, guys. This code problem here. So this is just a... Yeah, we'll put it to do here. To do, fix the code flow. Because the code flow here sucks. If it's not paused, then we manage the rounds. So that would be number 1. But this is bad. I don't want to have an if check. I want to have something better. There you go. Now, restarting should always give us the correct thing. I need to get rid of the level stage completely. Okay, now at least it works. Cakez, have you considered creating a bot command for questions that come out on a regular basis? Yes and no. So yes, because then I don't have to repeat the question. No, because then I have to keep repeating the question and become better at talking. Hello, Darkingel. Hope you're doing good, bro. Did you just defer work? Proud? Yeah. So, I want to work on the game today. And we fixed that. Now, what happens with the 2 enemies spawning at once? Is that happening too? Why is it spawning too sometimes? Yeah, it just spawned too. Okay, so we have to figure out why. How do we do this? This is the spawn system reloaded. That's what's happening here. We're gonna do an if check. If game state dot enemies dot count is 1, then int a is 1. And so what we do here is do an if check and then figure out why this happens. Where's the download link for Raid Shadow Legends? You know what I find funny? One person of you, I think it might have been Shade11, actually played Raid Shadow Legends too. Good morning. What was the question so I can ask again? He loves repeating himself. That's not the reason. That's definitely not the reason. I like training. I like learning. Okay, I'm in my early 30s. I still need to learn a lot. Okay, so it didn't spawn this time. We have to keep starting the game until it spawns too. Heroes of Might and Magic 3 to 4 stream when? I still don't know what I would do in the game. Would I just play a round or 2? There we go. So why did this happen? Time start is 10. Time end is 11. Time step and the level time. C11, oh, this is a floating point issue, is it? You look early 20s, Cakez? There's no way I look early 20s. Time step, timer. So guys, is this a floating point issue here? Why the int a equals 1? Because then I have it's like a conditional breakpoint in code. Is it needed to compile? Yes, it's a conditional breakpoint. When I first saw your stream a couple of years ago, I for real thought you were like 22. That's probably because of the image, you know, on YouTube that I had for the longest time. The Vulkan, the Vulkan engine. Have you guys remember this image? I don't know how I did that, but C++ made me age by like a million years. You know. Where is this? The Vulkan. This one right here. I don't know how I did it, but yeah. First devlog 2 years ago, guys. I don't know what happened. You know, C++ turned me into, yeah. Looks like Kinderriegel kid. I don't know what happened. 13-year-old boy. Was that 10 years ago? Maybe you were skinnier? A little skinnier, yes. C++ aged you 10 years. You gotta stop programming in C++, yeah. It's all downhill from here. Yeah, I know. So, there's a reason why we have this meme here. Or the video. I think I even have this in the bot. Wait, no, actually not here. Videos before after C++. This one. Before C++. This is you know, that was a meme that I don't know who did it, but yeah. This is essentially what happened, yeah. My bald head was so reflective on vacation, it was crazy, like an actual mirror. I took a video of it. So, yeah. Spot on. Yeah. Yeah, these are the effects of C++. I don't know if I ever did a short on this, but yeah. Yeah, it was a long time ago, you know, guys. Things were different back then. It's crazy how over the course of 2 years, so many things changed. You know, I've gotten very good at game developing. And also, you're 30 in there. And also, I had a kid. That was crazy as well. Copium? That's not copium. Things were different, but tower defense was the same. No, the tower defense changed a lot. So guys, we have this issue here of... unfortunately, we have floating point imprecision. Our level time is 11.9. And therefore our timer also is slightly higher than the time step of the spawn batch, which means we have an issue. Count. Time end. Do you subtract delta time from the timer further down, or how does it escape from the while? Yes, I subtract. Yeah, you see this here. So the first time I do this, I have like a timer of 1.1 or something. Then I subtract the timer here. Then I have 0.0001 left. And it keeps updating the timer. Yes. So it might... I don't know how to do this properly. It happens with one enemy, but it might happen with other enemies too. It's floating point imprecision. So is there a way to make this safer? Shit, man. Use epsilon check. Yeah, but where? Do I add the epsilon to the level time here? Did you see the game Megaloot? I did not see that game, no. This game is popping off. Can you link it for later? I also want to talk about the game we talked about yesterday. I'll probably not play it today because I sound like a scrawny bitch, but maybe I will. We'll see.
Gotcha, bitch.
Groman Pier, thank you very much for following. Is it small? It doesn't make a big difference. It's so small it doesn't make a big difference.
Gotcha, bitch.
And Helki, thank you very much for following too. I've put it in React suggestions. Thank you. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it, Shady11.
Gotcha, bitch.
Galaxy Media, you're an idiot. Okay. Cakez, just a small FYI. Hand of Blood is one of the publishers. Or Instinct 3, rather. Oh, cool, cool. So, it's a good game then. Huh. So, what do we do about this? I have floating point imprecision. The reason why I'm doing this essentially... Let me visualize the problem for you guys. Maybe we can figure out the issue with the spawning system and figure out a solution. Spawn system, okay? We have a spawning system. Okay. Maybe we can make this better. I don't know. Let's think about it like this, okay? We have a time period from start to end, okay? This is where we spawn enemies in, okay? And then we have what I call a step, so that in the step, this is where I want to spawn enemies every time. Okay? And the start and end, they are perfect multiples of each other, if that makes sense. End is calculated using start and step and count. So, let's say we have a step of 0.5. Okay? That means that this little thing here is 0.5 wide. Okay? And so what I want to do is I want to spawn an enemy here. 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 And here. As far as I... Actually, no. I don't want to spawn an enemy here, I think. Let me think about this really quickly. Why does it matter who's the publisher? If the publisher is a big YouTuber who you followed a long time ago, who played the games that you liked, then it is you start thinking that maybe the game follows the same principles the YouTuber follows and holds the same values that the YouTuber finds important, that maybe align with your points of view or your interests. And I don't know how to explain that in English, but they align with your interests and your basically things that are important to you. And there could be like a match. Like, I don't know how to explain that, but essentially like that. So it's trustworthiness on one hand, but on the other hand, it's also... You know how AAA always, like, oftentimes misses the mark on their games because they don't know what the gamers want. And so if a YouTuber that you've been following for a long time who has the same values or likes the same values in games that you like, then you know that he knows what you want, essentially. Explaining that in English. Like, yeah, I need more words, but we'll learn those words. If a YouTuber is a super pro consumer, they probably won't help publish a greedy MTX game. Yes. So, for example, like that. Exactly, Ramis. So, let's see here. I am spawning enemies. Ah, I see. Isn't that a bit odd then? Shouldn't that then the time start? It should spawn at 11. And now it starts on 12. I see. Huge enough YouTubers eventually sold out. Yes, that can happen. That is why I said potentially. I never marketed my own coin or NFT. No, what the fuck? I don't even know what that is. I don't even know how NFTs work. So essentially I spawn the first enemy here. And that allows me to spawn enemies like this. This is what I want to do. So in this example, we would spawn 7 enemies. 7 enemies would be spawned. And in order to achieve this enemy spawning at the end, and you know, delta time can always have a variance. That's the issue. Delta time will make it so that you always have this time step here, or maybe this time step, or this time step. It could be different. What I do here is I extend this array by 1 more step. And therefore, if the time falls here plus this 1 step, then I spawn the last enemy here. No, I didn't write enemies correctly. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Essentially like this. If you change how time works, everything else will fall apart. I still don't really understand the problem. Don't you reset all timers after reload? How does it go above 1 already? So I think I need to explain this again in a better way. Let's begin again, okay? So essentially this is what I do. I have a start, an end, and a step. But if you set the number of enemies to spawn and the end, derivative step then, or the step and not the end. So here's the problem with this. Cakez, do you use graphics library like Raylab or have you implemented your own? Hello, Total Champ. I have implemented my own. It's OpenGL. Put code on site with paint. Derive and end specific enemy count. Derive end and specific enemy count. Designing waves without enemy count is shit idea. Guys. I think we need to improve this. So the reason why I did this, let me explain to you. I have spawn data, okay? And in the spawn data, what I want to do, and I'm explaining this one more time. During the level, I want to change this data, or I want to change something else in the code. And whenever I do that, this static array is recreated on the fly with default values. So this needs to be const. I cannot have a static array here that I change the data from. So this has to be read-only data that allows me or tells me how many enemies are going to spawn. No, I cannot remove const. It needs to stay there. So I say I want to have 1 magma golem here. Essentially. I want to spawn 1 magma golem. And the time step is just how many of them spawn over time. And so now I need to find a way, a system that does code in a way where it only spawns me 1 magma golem without ever touching this. Not a single time. I could say end here. I have the count here too. And this needs to stay. Why does this need to stay? Because what I will do in the future is change this. So guys, just know that this needs to stay, because I had issues in the past where I would do a code change, right? I would do a code change, and then while I did the code change, I all of a sudden had 10,000 enemies spawning, and I couldn't continue the level. So I would change the stats of an orange to have 50 attack instead of 40. That change would break the round, and all of a sudden I had 20 enemies spawning. I couldn't test the remainder of the round. If the data is meant to be mutative, then it shouldn't be constant, I guess. Or can you duplicate the parts of the data that does need to mutate? Nothing should change, essentially. Nothing, in my opinion. So I think my spawning system just needs to be better. We have the time start, we have the time step, and we know how many we need to spawn. You need a round count, which you increment and reference your static struct's max count. And what exactly is the problem with how you do it now? So what we could do here, okay, I have an idea. What we could do, let's say we have the spawn system, right? We have a start, we have a step, and we have an end. Let's say, it depends, right? I say start, and I say count. Let's make some examples, okay? Let's say, let's do this. Let's say I have a very simple one here. Start, end, and then count is 1. Shouldn't then the end be here? Shouldn't the end be here? And then we just spawn 1 here on the start 1. So the start end for count 1 is just 1 point in time, where start is the same as end. Yeah, my diagram above is wrong. I'm just having ideas in my head. Yeah, it seems better. So if we do it like this, right? Then let's make another example where we have a longer line. And then this is start. This is end. Let's make these. I want to have cool letters, okay? Start and end. And let's say we have a step of this much. How much would that be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So count would be 6 in this case. Then it would look something like this. I think that's bad because it excludes this one here. I think this is bad. I'd rather have the same thing like this, where start is here and end is here. And then I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this one too. So start should tell me when the first enemy spawns, and the end should tell me when the last enemy spawns. So this would be option number 1, and this is option number 2. I think I prefer 1. What do you guys think? Number 1 is better 100%. My design, you just saw my design. My design says a start point in the level, a time point in the level, 10 seconds. The end point is something that I calculate from however many enemies I spawn from the start point and the frequency. So let's say my start point is 10 seconds and I spawn 1 enemy every second. 1 enemy per second. 10 enemies. So that is 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah. So the end point would be 19 in this case. And the start point would be 10. And the count would be 10. And so in order to build this, I think what I need to store and mutate is a counter. This is all I need to store and change and reset. Because my time in the level never changes, right? So I only need a counter. Spawn counters, an array of spawn counters, I think. That would improve this system and make it perfect. I think. But it might also be wrong. That's making the easiest shit sound smart. He's making the easiest shit sound smart. No, because here's the issue. Here's the issue, okay? You're wrong, bitch. So, I think... So the reason why I didn't store the counter, but I stored the time... Okay, the timer... is when I was debugging the level, okay? During debug, what I would sometimes do... is change the step from 10 to 20. And then these lines would just look like this. Okay, they would have way more in between. And what was the issue then? Well, if I stored a counter, and let's say we are currently on this time period, this is where we are time-wise. My counter, let's say in this case was 5, but I should have spawned 10 already. In this case, it would spawn five enemies immediately. That's bad. That's bad. Why would it do that? Well, because it expects... if I change the counter from 10 to 20 and the time step does not change because the level's time step doesn't change. So you guys have to understand, I'm designing this game, okay? And I'm doing hot code reloading. When I'm in the middle of a round, okay? I'm in the middle of a... Okay. Yeah, 5 minutes. Oh shit! I'm gonna make you mod after that again. I'm sorry, Push. I'm gonna remod you after that. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, bro. I'm gonna remod you after that. I'm sorry, bro. Shit. When I'm in the middle of the round, yeah, I want to make code changes, build the game again, and then see the changes immediately. And I have this all the time. If I'm thinking, oh wait, this doesn't spawn me enough enemies, I want to make adjustments on the fly to the rounds. Okay, I'm gonna be like, okay, so well, instead of a magma golem, I actually want an enemy skeleton knight to spawn, and instead of spawning, so instead of spawning 1, I might have spawned 10. Right, and maybe I want to start them on 20. Right? Oh, sorry. You already over Wukong? No, I'm still playing. I just uploaded a Wukong video. Oh, wow. See that? It didn't change though. That's bad. Not sure why. Maybe the time step is already over. Restart around. I'd rather have... Let's say... Let's do it like this, okay? Thank you very much for following, Seima. I appreciate it, bro. So you see how it spawns all of these? And I'm like, no, actually, I don't want this. You know, I want to spawn 20 crawlers. Now, obviously, I could restart the round, right? But then, like, this little change makes it so that they stop immediately and then the crawlers spawn. And that will allow me... I can spawn multiple enemy types, yeah. I just make another slot here. Like this. And I think I can have like 5 different versions each round. I think it was 5 or 10. So instead of a crawler, we could say, I don't know, wizard. And I spawn, I don't know, 2. And they start at 40 and the time step is 10 time step. But now it would spawn a wizard here at some point, I think. Not sure if or when. then you're testing half a round instead of the entire round fresh. Yes, like, I know that that's bad in threads. I know that. But I still want to have this available to me. There you go. Now it's spawned a wizard. That will allow you to clone bones even faster. Remove timeout. How do I remove the timeout, guys, from a user? I need to remove timeout on push. Sorry about that, push. How can I do that? Not possible. AQ, I thank you. / mod push QRDX. Sorry about that, bro. I forgot that you were moderator. And you lose moderator privileges when you get timed out. Click the domain and do it on panel. Yeah. Huge. SMH ruined my perfect record. Dude, you were literally toxic, bro. What are you doing? Like, I thought moderators would be nice. Why did you get timed out? Nothing. It's fine. It's okay. Nothing much. Anyways, so I think we're gonna rework this really quickly, but I need to go to the bathroom, okay? Give me a second. I'm just gonna let 20 enemy crawlers spawn and let this guy fight them. And also, this guy is gonna miss all of his arrows, but they look cool. Be right back. Yeah, TCAP is toxic, I know.
What's your feedback on the rest when you check out the passive skill tree next week?
Welcome. The door is open. I should not be so loud. Which library you use? Oh, I see. I have written my own code to do that. I have followed this principle here. Not this one. Damn, the wizard seems OP. Haha. Yeah, the wizard is OP. And the golem that we had earlier as well. You might not have known this, not have seen this. Enemy golem. Magma golem is cool. And so, okay, guys. We're gonna do it like this. Okay, let's spawn him on 5. This is the debug round anyways. And it gives us 0 XP. Doesn't it mean you have to go back in time to spawn start when you change the spawning system? When I say spawn start, time start, and the time on the level is currently 50 seconds, and this time start is 1 second, then it's just not gonna spawn anything because it's in the past. The archer missed all of the shots. I know that's because I reworked how the projectiles work. And you remember the projectile rework where we gained like 1000 FPS? That's why he misses. I just need to fix him later. I'm gonna do it later. We're currently working on this guy. Working on this guy and the spawning system. And fixing the restart bugs. So we did that today. This bug is now finally fixed. Now we can finally work on the spawning system, fix that, and then hopefully call it a day and start more on gameplay features. I need to give this guy one more item with cool stats today and one more ability today. That's what I want to give this guy. That's my goal for today. So if I'm able to give the guy one item a day and one ability a day, this is how we make good progress, and we get an entire skill tree hopefully in 1 week or 2 weeks. That's how I see it. Can you also spawn those green arrows? Gotcha, no, I can't. I could potentially create an enemy like that, but I can't, no. This is when enemies are against your archers. Okay, bro. Please play it. Fine, I did. No. So, instead of... I think it's in the level state, is it? Yes. Spawn timers. Instead of having spawn timers, we have int spawn counters. Right? And so, Galaxy, you said that you need 2 variables. A spawn counter and a count left variable. And the count left variable gets computed every frame. I'm gonna try spawn counters for now. See how that works. Because the biggest use case I have oftentimes is I'm in the level somewhere and I make a gameplay change. I change an ability. And I want the spawn system to stay rigid. I wanna make the change during the round and then see the effects. Wasn't me, I'm wholesome now. Okay, let's change there's not much here. Memset, spawn counters. Size of int. Learned your lesson after 67 timeouts? Yeah, true. Okay, we have another one here. And this is where we get the int reference counter. And then we don't need to increase a timer, essentially. We take the level time. If that is greater than the spawn batch times the counter, then we do counter plus plus. And this is spawn counters. Is that how easy it is? Good morning, wie geht's? Hello Shintai, good morning. Gut. And you? Und dir? Oh my god. I think this is it, guys. I think that's... Oh my god! Sorry. I think this is all we need to do, actually. Oh yeah, and we get rid of this. So that means... if it is greater or equals to this, less than or equals... Wait. No, if it's less than the start... If it's greater, then yeah, actually like this, yeah. We add in one additional time step. This additional time step is for float and delta time inaccuracies, essentially. Or what we could do here, if we have the counter right? We have the counter here. If the counter is greater or equals than the spawn batch dot time start dot
Am I so out of touch? No.
Argument underscore P just subscribe.
Times.
Big tick support for 1 year.
Actually, the spawn batch dot counter. Count. Continue. So we spawned everything already. We spawned everything already. The counter is greater. If it's not, then we need to spawn stuff. Oh, thank you, Argument. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Thank you so much. Well, I actually watched a video
so
of
out
this.
Of touch?
You know, why Twitch is better than
Shintai
YouTube.
84 just subscribed. Big tick support for 1 year.
My man, Shintai, I really appreciate it too, man. Thank you so much for subscribing as well. I really appreciate the support, guys. Yeah, you like the coding, Mr. What is this? Really super cool. Coding, yeah. This guy liking the coding. He's like, yeah. I don't think I need this, by the way, guys. I don't think we need this anymore. I'll keep it here anyways. But I think what we do here is just this. And so I don't even need a time end anymore. We just need a counter. That will spawn properly. Let's try this. So this is the reworked spawning system. Very simple. And we should be able to make code changes while we run. And this should only spawn me one guy. Please tell me. He spawned too early. He spawned too early. And the reason why he did is because I didn't have this if check.
Am I so out of touch?
So we still need that.
No.
Shintai 84 is gifting 5 sub to the community.
Holy! My bad. Shintai, I appreciate it, bro. Thank you so much for gifting 5 subs. Oak Burger? Yeah, Oak Burger. Yeah, Oak Burger. Yeah. He deserves 1 sub. True. Yes. Wait, I spy paint in the background. What have you been doing, Cakes? Paint? We just did this here. What do you mean? Paint?
Am I so out of touch?
Holy!
No.
Rames is gifting 5 sub to the community.
Mr. Rames, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs to the community as well. Holy moly, thank you so much for being so generous, you guys. I appreciate it so much. You guys kick ass. Thank you. Poggies.
Am I so
That's an
out of
issue,
touch?
though.
No.
Ashen Hobbs is gifting 5 sub to the community.
Gracious, thank you, Ashnobs, for gifting another 5 subs to the community. Mark Martails, actually, no, Manga Tail. No, Mark Nactails, yeah. This guy deserves a sub as well. Yeah, true. Thank you so much. Cakes can afford a kebab now. Yeah, I can buy 1 German kebab now. True, yeah. Exactly. Damn, yeah. Pork champion. No, I really appreciate it, guys. I really do. What a big support during the time when I'm ill. I really appreciate. The collector of stuff. Okay, how do you decide when to refactor code? Now, what about this? Hello, Zoltan. Good morning. So that's an issue, is it? We need like some sort of... Should we add in the time step or is that too little? I don't think you need the second part of the OR. You think it's just the time start, right? But then enemies would spawn... I guess we do, yeah. We'll try not doing this. Yeah, we keep that. What sauce do you have on your kebab? Oh, I put on my kebabs. I put cocktail sauce always. If I were to buy a kebab, I would put on cocktail sauce. Yes. Let me check YouTube. I feel like some messages will not go there. Hi, what's that's a boss? Yes, crossbit on YouTube. Sorry, I didn't see your message. YouTube didn't update. Timing me out for asking valid questions. Kinda cringe. So you ruined one person's life. Yes, 30 is still relatively young and perfect age to learn new things. Maybe one day you might even learn C++. Cringe. Do you do a single timer? I can't do a single timer. That's true. That's why I downloaded Raid Shadow Legends after seeing my favorite Twitch streamer playing it. Cakes, do you use a graphics library like Raylib or have you implemented your own? I have implemented my own OpenGL library. It's like my own rendering interface for the stuff that I need in the game. Also, I wanted to learn OpenGL and how things are done and not Raylib. But I recommend Raylib when you're starting out because it gets you started much easier and faster because you don't have to worry about opening up Windows and doing sound initialization and all of that jazz that comes with Windows and Linux that maybe you don't really want to deal with because it's annoying. So I recommend Raylib and SDL for those. What I don't recommend is their build systems. And I don't think that it will ever change. I don't recommend CMake in these build systems at all because I honestly think that it is much easier to make your own build system and include those yourself to learn how to do it than to set up CMake and then try to set up SDL2 together with CMake. Because I think it's just way too much work and oftentimes it leads to too much frustration early on. I know that he asked that 30 minutes ago, but my YouTube chat didn't update. Trova, thank you very much for following, man. I appreciate it. He has the Godot tag ever since he tried Godot, just a leftover. I've been using Raylib C to make platform. I have no idea what I'm doing. That's correct. You won't ever know what you're doing, but you just do what you think you need to do. And then if it works, bro. That's fine. And if you ever get the feeling of imposter syndrome, take a look at Undertale code. Okay? The best thing that that you could look at is the Undertale code base and then tell yourself that you're doing good. You're most likely doing good. And you don't need to have a perfect code base. You just need to make a game. Guys, I really appreciate the support on the hype train. Level 5 hype train. Thank you very much. I would love to see Cakes write a build system for SDL. I included SDL in my game one time. It was fucking easy, bro. Huh? Uh-huh. I don't think I have this anymore in here though. But essentially it was just one lib here. And then an include. That's all I needed to do. Nothing particularly crazy. So just here, another -L. No build system for STL for everyone to use, so they don't have to use the dodge shit CMake. Oh, I see. Makefiles are so much easier than CMake. More, I think so too, yeah. Makefiles are a good start, but there's many other things too. In most graphics APIs, getting a triangle is the first step, and Vulkan getting a triangle is the last step, yeah. So yeah, that's the issue of C++. How do you structure your engine? Do you have a diagram? No, not really, but essentially this is what it looks like. I guess we can talk about this really quickly, but then I have to do some code changes, guys. I need to work on gameplay. My engine works something like this. I have the base, which is, you know, the main, which you would say has the main file, the main CPP file in it. This is a box. And then I have the game. And that is a dynamically loaded library. That's a DLL. And so the base just loads this in. It loads this. That's all it does, essentially. And then the main, you know, this is what interacts with Windows, with Linux, You know, the X32 or whatever that's called. It interfaces with audio. And all I do here between the two is I pass a game state. This is like a black box of data that the game changes, and then that gets passed to from the main to the game. The game changes that, and then this stuff just uses this data, the game state. It's a terrible diagram, but yeah. If you want to know how I structure my game, you can take a look at this. Right here. There you go. Thanks for the explanation, Thor. I mean, Cakes. Sure, bro. Is your code inheritance heavy? No, my code is flat. I always do flat design. So let's say I want to have a tree like this. The way I would do that, node, is I would have int parent ID. And I have an int child. And this would be an array. For a binary tree, it would be like this. That's what I would do, essentially. I would keep it not flat, I would keep it flat.
Gotcha, bitch!
Essentially. And so I would just have an array of nodes. And then instead of ints, I could have IDs. And then these IDs have an index and a value. Index and value, and then, you know, a node would have an ID in here. That's how I would do it. I would not, I would never have inheritance in here, in a way. Like, I know that this is not really inheritance. You know, this is not a good inheritance example, but that's the number one example where you would do stuff. Because essentially, nodes, this is a tree, right? You would have this a scene tree, essentially. This applies to scene trees too. Anyways, let's just move on. What was I doing? Oh yeah, we were testing the spawning system. Let's see if it works. This guy should spawn in 4 seconds into the level, and it should only spawn us 1. Huh. Seems to work so far. Looks good. Why not node pointer, children? Still a little sus about the round counter. Something's not resetting, no? No, I think it's... Oh god, what happened now? Emitter? Emitters? Uh-oh, it's adding 1 million emitters. Why? Is the ability not on cooldown? Uh-oh. Woo-oo. Hello, I got a sub. I never watched you before, and I'm not following. What are you doing in this chat then, bro? How does that work? Huh? Good morning. I mean, isn't that great? Huh? Isn't that totally nice? Congrats, yeah. Cakes is bug hopping. Yeah, like we are getting a lot of bugs today, huh? So we're not really getting any progress done. Never much before, but not first message. True, I love Schnitzel. This guy is weird. Wait a minute. This guy has 3 messages. Wait a minute. This guy has a schnitzel as his profile picture. What? I have nothing to do with this. I was suggested to you on YouTube. Aha. Hello. Cakes, you remind me of my sister's dog. I think I actually want to ban you for this. Endless slaughter. 5 minutes. Yep. Game set emitters air to go to your code. I think it's... Why is it adding so many emitters? Let's do this again.
Gotcha,
What did I
bitch.
write? Nothing. Thank you very much for following. I love Schnitzel. He made his account long before Schnitzel Lib. Yeah, true. Alright, let's try this again. I don't know why. I was joking. Let's see what happens. He's gonna use Meteor soon. Wait a minute. I think it spawns more than one. Actually, guys, it spawned 6 of them. The spawning system doesn't work. Look at this. It spawned 6. Why? Why? 7. Now it spawned 7. What? What the fuck? I am increasing the counter though. Wait, while level time? This must be the issue. Ah, yes. I know what the issue is. Plus, we need to include the start time here. Time start. But then, we don't need this actually. Do we? Do you know how long ago? I was here before. Do you know how long ago? Yeah, I can check your messages if you want to. Yeah, sure. Your first message was... I think you came over from YouTube.
How can this application be so dumb? It never...
Like 3 months ago.
No, I don't want to deal with this right now. I have... No, this is fucking trash!
I definitely include the counter directly in the logic to spawn your enemies as well. What was my first message? I don't think I can find your first message, Galaxy Media, bro. Because you have been... I mean, you're following since an hour ago. Great. I mean, we could test. Fine. I'll check it for a second, but we don't have time, guys. Takes so long. Like 999 messages, bro. It's too many. Bruv. It's too many messages. Take a look at this. You've got good coding habits. Shut the fuck up. Dude, it's too many. I'm gonna do 2 more, but then I'll stop. 1... 2. Yeah. Dude, it's too much. It's too much, bro. Like, there's still more. I don't know. I think we got it now. Is there a way for us to look at it ourselves? I don't know, to be honest. Not sure. Someone raided you as I said hello and you said something with Schnitzel and then left. And then I left. Yeah, it could be. Yeah. Still 6 enemies? No, now it's 1. Now it's 1, it's correct. Okay, cool. I think we fixed the spawn system. Now we need to work on... items and abilities. Boom. All right. Maybe test out what happens when you do a code change. Sure. Let's do a code change. Well, this guy is spawned. Let's do a code change. Shouldn't do anything. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. Disintegrated, yeah. So I just did a code change. Nothing changed. Cool. That's the important part. Do you use const expression or const eval to increase performance? Ben Inukai is just trolling. Yeah, true. Do you have a day job? Yes, I do have a day job. I work for a company and for 2 companies essentially. Yeah, writing scripts and then also writing web page stuff. Your first message was exclamation mark demo. Okay, good. Now that works. We can get rid of round 0. We fixed a couple of bugs today. I'm very happy about this. Very important. Day job React, Andy. I need to make a new item work in the game, guys. What do we do? Yesterday we worked on the eye patch. I'll show you the eye patch. This one right here. It gives us attack radius minus 10%, cooldowns minus 10%, and projectile count minus 10%. Yeah, it's not perfect, but an additional projectile is really cool. Can I get a kiss? I don't know about that. I don't know about that, you know. Do you know verse? No, I don't know what that is. It's a programming language? No, then I don't know it. I think the first 2 items here are boring, guys. So I think I want to work on the leather helmet first, and then I want to remove the magic mantle, because it only gives me defense, which I consider 1 stat. I want this to be more effective. Let's start with the leather helmet.
Am I so out of touch? No.
Xyad's Robok just subscribed. Big tick support for 3 years.
My man, thank you.
Kisses to you all.
Kisses to you. I appreciate it, bro. Really, I do appreciate it. Thank you so much for the big support, man.
Gotcha, bitch.
Raps, thank you very much for following too. Boy. So, guys, question. We need cool stats for this. Health and armor, leather helmet, and then ability duration. Do you think this is good? Now, why do I say this? I don't have anything particularly buffing bleed damage right now, except for this withered scimitar. So, I don't have bleed. But though I do, right? I do. I think, like ability duration, this leather helmet boosts 2 abilities, essentially. So take a look at this. Shield orbs, okay? These shield orbs, right here. If I have the leather helmet, I think... it doesn't display me the base duration. Maybe it should here. Guys, do you think that this shield orbs should display me based on the stats how many seconds it has? But it's base duration, right? I need to go, I'm home. I love Schnitzel. Thank you so much for joining. You should make audio in a different thread and collision in a different thread or use thread pool. We will do something similar. We already have audio in a different thread that is done by Windows Audio. By X Audio too. They have their own thread running. Collision in a different thread. Yeah, we'll probably not do that. We will have a simulation loop. But we'll see how we do this. We shall see how we do this. We'll have to see. Base duration. It says base. Maybe I make a smaller one. Display upgrades. Am I working on UI again? Is that an issue? But I feel like it's bad. Multi-threading is hard. Yeah, it is. I feel like this is not great. Let's see, do choice. It displays
Gotcha, bitch.
the description here.
Gotcha, bitch.
And that description comes from where? We supply that here. Let's take a look for the abilities. Target priority, abilities. Ability. Draw sprite ability. We get the ability options. Yeah. We have abilities here. Abilities.add. Do choice. Where do we get the... ability.description. Aha. Get ability options. Is that here? Yes. String empty. Maybe we can do a base short string. But then it doesn't it doesn't display stuff properly. Every day is UI day. Yeah, it's just annoying that. So the issue is I have an item that gives me duration on my abilities. This ability has a duration of 17 seconds, a base duration. But like the item makes this 20% longer. And now it's still displaying me 17 seconds, which is wrong. This should be 19 seconds or even 21 seconds. You know? And so like, oh man, this shit again. 17 seconds here. 19 seconds here. That's how I see it. It's really annoying. I'm so tired of this, by the way. I'm so fucking tired of this. Because this issue keeps happening. Because at that point, I might actually just display the current values at all times. But then I just can't. Oh, is that annoying? I hate that. I hate that.
Thank you, Pikachu's glitch for 100
Pikachu, I really appreciate it, bro. Thank you so much, man. Just don't display info at all? No, that sucks. I kind of want to display the info, but probably in a better way, man. Not like this. This is bad. I don't know what to do, to be honest with you guys. It's mystery. Copy it from Core Keeper. Core Keeper does it differently. Core Keeper just says what it does. And so, like, Core Keeper doesn't have a mechanic where you drink a potion and then you have a buff on yourself that makes potions last longer. Defer to move on, either until players give feedback on you or you figure out what you want. I guess you're right. Okay, fine. I guess you're right. So, we'll just defer this for now. So, leather helmet will give ability duration, armor and health. Copy from Bloons 3 or whatever, something we don't do here. Or is that something we don't do? Okay. Fine. Ability duration. Does that include bleed? I guess we should include bleed here. So let's work on the first Wolffang Fist ability. Let's actually do this. I think you guys are right. I'm just gonna do this. Plop. And then create the bottom path. Let's see. There you go. So Wolffang Fist is a tier 0 ability. And this bleeding debuff. This is the one that we are interested in. Physical damage plus 70, I think that's a lot. Bleeding damage plus 30%. And a skill effect duration should increase the bleeding duration. Get bleed, okay, wait, get bleed damage. Wait, you have UI builds to design this? That's cool. Yeah, I build a UI so that's easier for me to build these skill trees. Otherwise, yeah, takes too long. Currently, I have this path mostly finished. And now I'm working on the bottom path here. And we're going to make a scratch, kind of scratch, whatever that's called today. Apply bleed. Buff type bleed. Bleed damage. Duration or hard coded. Ooh, that's bad. So we need a bleeding duration stat. Bleed chance, bleed damage, stat, bleed duration. Which we should be able to affect. Base is a value. Can be increased. No more. There you go. Now we need to add that to texts. Bleed damage. I think it was bleed damage, right? Was it? After bleed damage, yeah. This would be bleed duration. Bleed duration, there we go. Bleed duration, yeah, duration. What's your favorite coding language for web development? Shut the fuck up. Fucking piece of shit. Then add that in here. You know what he's doing, guys? I think he's actually farming the most timeouts ever. 100%. I'm pretty sure he's just farming. Alright, we have bleed duration in the game now. which hopefully doesn't do anything to the game. Please don't tell me. Fuck, it does. Okay, fine. My goal is to have the least timeouts. Yeah, but everyone has the least. Like most people just have 0. That's why you should make them longer. No, it's fine. Like adding in a new stat is a big change because every unit has stats. I have like 20 probably. Can you check? Sure. You have... No, you have 6, bro. You got 1 warning and 6 timeouts. Hello, Uncle Gucci. Good morning. Okay, so bleed damage. Now, in the game, bleed, buff, type, bleed. Here, this right here. Get stat value, bleed chance, number, get bleed damage, then const, float, bleed, duration. This is what we need to get as a function too. Get bleed duration. Takes in stats. And then what type of stat value do we get? First we get the stat value of stat bleed duration. That would be the bleed duration. And then over here we have ability duration. Which would just be ability. Ability effect duration. This effect, let's call it effect. These are effects on abilities that we can extend using ability effect duration. And I think, let's mark this as A, ability effect duration. Init base stats. Yeah. Ability effect duration is essentially, okay, so it takes this here. So what I want to do here essentially is just increase this by the percentage increase of ability effect duration. So what does this look like? Bleed duration plus equals or times equals ability effect duration. That's going to be a multiplier. Return bleed duration. So what does this look like? You can think of it like this. Bleed. We have a duration of 2 seconds. And then we have this ability effect duration. Okay, that might be 10 seconds. And then plus 50%. Which, you know, would result in 15 seconds. What I'm doing here for bleed, okay, bleed is this. What I'm doing here is essentially, I'm taking the 50% and I'm adding that to the 2 seconds. So that would result in 3 seconds. That's essentially what I'm doing. So if I have 50% ability duration, it also affects the bleed. And I think this is what we can call emergent gameplay. Because now I buff certain abilities, like this shield orb ability, which has a duration stat. I extend the duration of this ability, but at the same time, I also extend the duration of this ability, the Wolffang Fist. Isn't that cool? What do you guys think? Huh? There you go, and then we need to have init stat values. In here we need to make sure that the base value for bleeds bleed duration is 2 seconds. There you go. Check my message above. Check my check the math operations for the item. I think it might be the type conversion between int and float loses its data. Deferred move only. If you are not facing performance problem and customers don't complain, then you don't need to optimize. That's called premature optimization. I know, but for me, I know that this will be annoying because it's already annoying for me. You know, when I don't know why that is. I'm not sure what just happened. Might be because I added in new stat. Invalid parameter. Okay, that's odd. Not sure what why that happened. Huh? What the fuck happened? What? Output CPP? Printf? Bruv. Hey. What are you doing? Get stat description? Stat to string? Stat type 10? Wait a minute. What is stat type? Ah, shit. It's bleed chance. Huh? Unable description. Stat to string, buff strings. Eh? Stat to string. Eh? What the fuck do I do? Wait, stat to string. Is a string? Stat type 10. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah, 1 second. 8, 9, 10. Okay, it gives me this. So what is the issue here? Huh? Why is he ignoring all chat together? What are you talking about? You never asked a question. I'm not ignoring chat. I'm not gonna answer the question if they bleed once a month. What are you talking about, bruv? Stop ignoring me, Cakes. Goodness. Guys, I need to take care of Zoe for a second, okay? I don't know why this is 0. To me, it doesn't make sense. It gives me the correct... Yeah. What is the issue here? I just don't understand. That's odd. Give me a second. Oh, I know why, I think.
failed getting data. Why?
Am I so out of touch? No.
Lazy0008 just subscribed. Big tick support for 5 years. Cats or dogs?
Say hello, Zoe. Say hello one time. Hello. Hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello. Huh? I know what the issue is, guys. I think here we did something bad, I think. If. Oof. 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 Okay. Why is everything breaking today? Your bad code is finally taking up. Yeah. So it looks like the index 10 into stat to string. The stat to string, the string bleed chance base increased and more do not exist anymore. They don't, and therefore they are 0. Aha. And therefore they are null. So I see that's a hard crash. We have bleed damage twice. Huh? Wait a minute. So bleed duration. Wait a minute. I'm confused right now. We have bleed damage, bleed chance, and then bleed duration. So we accidentally... Uh-oh. I accidentally undid bleed chance. Did I? Whoops. Cakez has to admit he laughed at all. I'm under the water. I did laugh a lot at I'm under the water. Yeah, these jokes were really funny. That's true. But only for a time. Bleed chance. Yeah, I accidentally... How about you just let me copy whatever I want, man? Shut the fuck up. Fine. Yeah. Change the view to split view, Cakez. Is the string too long? Maybe. No, I just didn't supply any string, and therefore the string was null string. It returned null pointer. And if you supply a null pointer to sprintf, you crash. You can't do that. That's gonna be awesome, isn't it? In a game. Mm-hmm. I need to validate that all the strings in the game are fine. I love helping people. It brings happiness to me. Jokes on you for trying to have a technical discussion in the YouTube chat. I actually created C++ but moved to Rust because it's the superior language. I'm old enough to accept defeat. I messed up C++ and I can't fix it anymore, so I'm happy Rust exists. Sure, bro. What is this guy talking about? What is this guy talking about, man? What a stupid noob. Bleed damage. Green. Percentage plus dot 0f. There you go. We will have bleed damage base. Build. Then redo this. I wonder what that means. Hey Cakez, which learning resources did you use to learn C++? Could you recommend me some of them? I want to get into game dev and be skilled like you. I don't believe you. You have been a regular here on the channel and you're just doing this to troll me or to bait me and then make fun of me. I'm just not gonna answer this question, bro. No. I use nothing, bitch. I'm just that good. I was born with the innate ability to program C++. You mad? I can tell. Because you should be. This is a good coding session. Shut the fuck up, bitch, man. Leave. Goodness. Hello, Psycho. Good morning. What a noob. Alright. Learn PHP first, then C++. You can't say that 80% of the time today was spent on fixing your bugs. Yeah, it was. Yeah. Today was kind of a bug fix day. But now we still, after 2 hours, so 1.5 hours, we still will be able to, you know, draw a really cool claw effect. So how do we draw a claw effect, guys? I want to do a claw effect. Like a Pokemon. Kinda. Not sure how to do it. The Pokemon, yeah. So where's the claw? Here, this is the claw that we drew. But I kind of want to animate this, you know? I want to animate this over time. 3 stripes diagonal.
Hast du die Schnuller hier?
Ich habe einen guten Schnuller hier, ja. Aber willst du sie nicht füttern? Hilft doch. Looking good. Hey, Cakez, which learning... Shut the fuck up. Zoe wants the code. Oh no, sounds like a poor Zoe saw a glimpse of your code again. Okay, hey Cakez, what do you use to join Twitch and YouTube? Chat on the screen. Is there an available source? I use Botrix. It's called Botrix chat. Google Botrix chat and then it will bring you how to do it. But don't talk about it, okay? It's not allowed. Okay, bruv? I want to animate this, but I don't know how to animate this. So I'm trying to look for a sprite online because I'm lazy. Let's see. Let me check here. Did I really just delete my alt setting? Oh, I had so many cool videos saved here. Oh no. Fuck. Okay, fine. I want to be smart like Cake77. I think Zoe found out that Daddy's never going to release the demo. Alright, let's see. Do we have some sort of scratch thing here? How can we do a scratch effect? Maybe I need to Google that. How would we do this really fast? Yeah, this is what we're gonna use, by the way, to create ghosts in the game. I'm gonna copy this. It's already set in stone, guys. Cakez, hey Cakez. How do you attract all of these smart people into your stream and chat? Everything you stream is lacking is provided by the good insights of the chat. Your stream is meeting point of smart people. How can I learn to do that? You're wrong, I'm gonna ban you. Shut the fuck up, Nicole. Shut the fuck up, man. Bruv. Yeah, and he is wrong. Exactly, because I'm going to release the demo. Okay, and Kaliham Dev knows. That's why he followed. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. This could be something. I don't think there's a scratch effect here available. Oh, wait. This. Ah, that's bad. I mean, yeah, that one. You mean this? We'll have to see. Do we see anything else that's cool? Oh, what about... no. Slower to colors. Excuse me. Oh, this... I see. I guess we do it like this guy here. Something like this. And we turn it red. Anything else? No, I think we have what we need. We have the sword slash effect, we just make it thin. You can take a look at any Pokemon game for the scratch attack. Yeah, I have it in my mind still. I guess we'll copy this. Slash. There you go. Let's close this and then add that in. Tutorials. Slash. There you go. Okay, I want to take a look at this guy in particular. This is the beginning. Aha, so it's just 2 slashes, 2 frames. Holy moly. So how do I do this? This and then smaller? Reference image best. DeviantArt. Yeah. You're trolling, right? Let me check something really quickly. You subscribed with Twitch Prime today, Argument. So you get a free pass once today. It's fine. You pay to win. Yeah. I think I want to make the color here brighter for this. Maybe like dark red. They become toxic so fast these days, yeah. I don't get the joke. I'm looking for scratch. And the joke for the link is that it is scratching with a coin on paper. Like you do with like these, yeah. Okay, let's see. So what you mean to do here is extend this. And then just de-extend this stuff here. And then make it thin. Make it thinner. That looks really good. I like that. Yeah, that looks nice. And then I guess this. I want to move that one to the right.
Gotcha, bitch.
Waffles, thank you very much. Waffles, thank you very much for following. Appreciate it, bro. That looks good. Yeah. All right. I think that this should actually move one to the right here. Very nice. I like that a lot. Then I want to move this down like that. And then obviously we need to make that tinier. Just tiny bit. There you are. Oh, shit. There you go. Cool. Think we got it, guys. What do you think? It looks like shit. It looks like shit. Hello, Love Schnitzel. Good morning. Fuck Cakes. Ah, shut you mouth, bitch. D got live. Hey, Cakes. I just announced our first game on Steam. Would you mind taking a look at the Steam page? Link it to me in chat, and I will take a look in a second. Okay? I want to fix this first, okay, sir? Deepest Dungeons. Ooh. Interesting. It's an interesting name. How about we get rid of this? And then we just do a white slash here. This would be the slash. And then this gotta be a bit smaller. Maybe we take this. Nah. Ja. Mhm. Yeah, that looks nice. Ja. Give me a second. I think I'm gonna take this entire thing, just move it down, and then get rid of some of the pixels. But it's still too many, I think. Still too many pixels. It's gotta be quite almost nothing. That's so bad. It looks weird, I have to say. It does look weird. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. Don't know. But I guess we'll do it like this. It's fine. Sorry, as much here. What do you want, Cakes? Scratch. I'm trying to make a scratch thing. Open recent. Scratch PNG. I'm trying to... Oops. Yeah. Copy. Trying to make a scratch animation. Like in Pokemon. But like a fast one. Just gonna put it here for now. I have a feeling this is not enough, but we'll see. And I know that you still have the image there on Discord, bro. I still know that. Let's see. Let's add another asset. Huh? Reg. Huh? Excuse me. UI sprites. We're trying to find the effects. There we go. Sprites, effect, scratch. There we go. And then ice spike. There we go. Scratch. 32 by 32. No pivot offset. Frame count is... I don't know yet. 4? Maybe 3? Where's that? We have this on 1328, 10.8. 10.8. Heck, my count is even older than the cartoon. First of all, Inuka is not the same dog. You not the same of the dog, you Mongo. Second of all, it's a legit name. Third of all, having weirdos like you stalk me. This is why I'm not showing my real identity online. Name. Weird anime dog, get some help. Inuka is an anime dog. Interesting. Alright, guys. Let's see. Game CPP. Wolf, Fang, Fist. We attack the guy with the stats, and then we create a Wolf Fang sprite effect scratch for a duration of 0.2 seconds. There you go. Let's see. It's not the dog literally just said that. I'm sorry then. Orshi? Don't know. What is that? What did Orshi do? Again. Okay, let's see. Let's give him Wolf Fang Fist. I wanna see what he's doing. Actually, I don't hate it. What do you guys think? Only saw it once. What do you think? It's not bad, right? Why is he only doing it once? Because it has a cooldown. Does feel impactful? It doesn't really feel impactful, I know. But this is what it does now. So, Wolf, Fang, Fist. What we get here is a bleed chance. Yoink. Stat, bleed chance. 100%. Unless it's a value between 0 and 1. Percentage, yeah. We're just gonna add a bleed chance stat, and now it always bleeds. Watch this. Take a look at this. He is gonna always bleed now. It makes more sense against other enemies where it's not that difficult, or where they're not... how do you say that? Look at me, angry woman, slap Cakez, change the name. Looks more like an angry woman slap. No, it looks okay, guys. I don't think it's bad, guys. No. Guys, it's fine. I increased the time now. Guys, it's fine. Oh, I leaked one. Whoops. It's good enough to ship it, exactly. I think 0.3 is a bit too low. Maybe 0.25. It's okay for the demo, exactly. Yeah, it looks good, right? It's not the dog. Literally just said that to head. Shut the fuck up. And also, I think the bleed duration is not long enough when he uses this. I think bleeding is not calculated properly. We'll have to see. I think I want to reduce the cooldown of Wolffang Fist though. What do you guys think? Let's do 5.
Gotcha, bitch.
Oh man, Chick Turd. Good morning. Thank you very much for following. Are they less cooldown or more powerful? Something like that. Yeah, I think. Cause bleeds stack, you know. What I could potentially do is bring the cooldown so low that he can spam this a lot. And then bring the bleed duration up so that the bleeds last very long on the enemy and they stack indefinitely. There's no stack on how many bleeding debuffs an enemy can have. And so now he's just spamming that. But I want to have a debug round really quickly to test this. And I want to check how long the debuff lasts on them. So round 0 again. Which type of enemy should we spawn? Maybe a Shambler. The Shambler has a lot of HP and I can make them really slow. Like 5 or something. And they don't have much armor. I guess I'll get rid of the armor for now. And then they don't use ability. We'll see about the abilities. Cakez world, dog world. Yeah, indeed. All right. Let's see. Wait, huh? Didn't I just rebuild this? Huh? Oh. It's been a while since I used the Shambler. So let's see if it actually works. It does work. We don't have a pivot offset, essentially. Let me see. It's 32 by 32 and minus 14. That's odd. Maybe the Atlas offset, 1036, is wrong. Where's the Shambler? 900. Wait a minute. Wait. This is the frozen Shambler. Wait a minute. Shambler. Enemy Shambler. Ah, they don't have a pivot. Oh, it's plus 14. Okay, I'm stupid. It's gotta be minus 14. YouTube, watch this Wolffang Fist Cakes. I know. Give me a second. Okay, I want to really... For me, it's really important that I get this right. Cakes, don't forget the stream link once you are done with this. Steam link, yeah. No. I won't forget. The bleed doesn't tick, it looks like. It doesn't look like it's ticking. Let's see here. Wolf Fang Fist. I'm gonna give it a range of 100. And then a bit longer of a cooldown. Let's give it a 10-second cooldown. And let's add another stat here really quickly. Stat range. Attack radius is a range. Here you go. And then in the, let me check. Ah yeah, base stats. Init base init stat values. Init base stats. Over here, I want to set the bleed duration to 10 seconds. I want to see if the bleeding debuff even does something. This is, by the way, this is the reason, you know, this is the reason why I'm coding the game in a way where I can keep resetting stuff so that I figure, so that I can keep debugging the game. He should be able to attack soon. He has like 100 range. Yeah, there we go. It doesn't do any damage. See that? Okay, so what I need to do here now is apply bleed or get bleed damage. There you go. So this one right here. Oh, wow. Okay. 0. Ah, wait. Dot multi. That's strange. No, I think it's bleed damage. Let's just see the next time. 10 seconds. Hello, Soa. Are you feeling better today? Yes, thanks for asking, Adrian. I still sound like a Dumbo, but otherwise, I feel good. Aha, there we go. So, bleed damage, physical damage. Bleed damage multi. And then dot multi is the one that fucks up. It's 0. And so this is where bleed damage turns to 0. What is the enemy supposed to be? The enemy is supposed to be a shambler that does poison stuff. I implemented that a long time ago. How old is the current Cake City demo on Steam? Almost 2 years. Around January next year it's gonna be 2 years old. Yeah, it's a serious question, that's fine. Base stats. Let's see, dot multi. Yeah. Stats dot base on stat dot multi. The base value is 1, I think. But let me check how I designed that. The base is 1, but then whenever I use the dot multi one, I should ignore the base. Because ignore base uses a base of 1. Okay, cool. We fixed that. So now we should be able to deal damage. Fixed another bug. Perfect. I like it. That's how I like it. Bleed damage. Yeah, that's fine. That's totally fine. Alright, now we need to figure out how long the buff is. Oh, wow. 300 damage? What? That's so much. How? Goodness. Big tick energy. Oh, yeah. Broken. Yeah, kinda. Let's figure out why that is. Where does that come from? Let's see. We have the stats. We get physical damage. Bleed damage multi. Bleed damage multiplier is 1. So... Wait a minute. What the fuck am I doing here? What the fuck is this? Huh? Guys, okay, it might have been because of a rework, you know, renaming and stuff, okay? This won't happen if I write this the first time normally, okay? Guys. Alright, it's too much. Alright, let's see. Bleed damage. 143, that sounds more like it. And bleed duration?
Gotcha, bitch.
10 seconds. Perfect. Boom. Boom. Yeah, Potzi, thank you very much for following. Now I want to test something too. I want to set the Wolf Fang Fist ability to a cooldown of 8. Actually, 5 seconds. So that would mean we can use the ability faster than the bleed runs out. Which means we should potentially be able to bleed this guy twice. If we got it correctly. Let's see. I don't understand. Why does it deal 300 now? What the fuck? What did it just do? Hey? Why is it doing 300? Niche pick, but I think the slash effect should hang a little longer, scale up over time, and fade out. You hardly notice it. Yeah, I had that actually. Funny thing, I actually had this scale per second. I had this. I'll show you. Ah, you can't really tell. 700? Also, why is this so fast? I'm so confused, guys. I'm so fucking confused. Like, what is even happening? Bleed damage. Yeah, so that's the dot DPS. Well, wait, no. Bleed damage. That is how much damage we deal over 1 second. That's not the DPS. This is the dot damage. Yeah, I know what it is, guys. So essentially... Let's go to bleed. Bleed. Mark B. Then jump back. Mark A. No, Mark A. Guys, I need to go to the bathroom, unfortunately. Give me a second. Yeah, it keeps adding 100, it looks like. Yeah. What the fuck is this? Huh? What's the biggest time you have spent trying to fix a bug, broadcaster? Multiple weeks. Let's see, we have the stats. We get physical damage, bleed damage multi. Why did it start? I didn't do anything. What the fuck just happened? Goodness. Chat pressed space. I'm in your system, you leaked your IP address yesterday. Oh, I see, I see. What is this? Let's see, we have the stats. Yeah. We get physical damage, bleed damage multi. Yeah. Bleed damage multiplier is 1. So, wait a minute. What the fuck am I doing here? What the fuck is this? Huh? This was a replace, bro. Cakez, why don't you have a webpage? I do. Actually, I do, bro. It's called cakez.dev. I think. Mr. Amida made that for me. Which is incredible. Can I just say that? It is incredible what Mr. Amida has done for me. And yeah, that's where... Is it? It is. Oh, yeah, it is. Over here, right here. It is. Oh, yeah. Stop. And we have the stream, obviously, in the chat. And what I want to do is similar to something Pirate Software did or does, is have a page where obviously we have the TTS sandbox here.
Cakez is a clown.
Cakez is a clown.
Where this is what you could use for TTS messages before you subscribe or before you, before you spend bits or donate through Ko-fi. And in the future, I want to have a page just like Pirate Software, where we gather a bunch of information on how to make games, but specific to C++. General information too, of course, but you know, like pricing a game, Steam Fest, maybe Steam launch, updates on Steam. A blog, yeah, something like a blog. Can we donate to stop React content? No, because React content also pays my bills a bit. So no. No. And it helps me grow my YouTube channel and audience. So no. Also, I like doing it. And it would, you're essentially telling, you're essentially, you would essentially pay so that I don't do what I like doing. No. You couldn't pay me to stop streaming either. Because I like doing it. Okay, bruv? Kinda toxic, I have to say. Yeah. And so I know what the issue is. It applies the... What the fuck is it doing? Game looks cool. Is it on Steam? Yes, but not this version. The version on Steam is 2 years old.
Gotcha, bitch.
Points. Is your TTS signed box is out of order, Cakes? What does that mean? It's out of order. What about GoFundMe Captain to stop Cakes React content? No, I like doing it. I like talking about games, bro. And it's literally just what I do, bro. This is the reason why I'm streaming. If I can earn money doing that and find more people to talk about this, then I'm gonna keep doing it. Of course.
Gotcha, bitch.
What are you talking about, bruv? If you do a custom text and want to replay, it says out of order, Cakes. It says out of order, really? I need to tell Mr. Amida about it. Let me check. So if I do a sandbox here, and then I do a test. Huh. You're right. I wonder why that is. I'm gonna ask Mr. Amida. Let me check. He was here earlier, but I think he's... Cake 7, okay, bro. Let me ask him really quickly. Goodness, man. Where's Mr. Almeida? There you go. Hey, bro. There you go. So these are Galaxy Media's first messages. Demo works on Linux. No, I did it with Steam Proton. Yeah, that worked. See? I told you guys, Galaxy Media tried out my game, and he wasn't the only one, and it worked on Linux. He used Proton back then. I really want to talk about this, but we're going to talk about this tomorrow. And I saw this from Mr. Amida. Cakes, why do you lack math knowledge? Yeah, very, very funny. Actually, very, very funny. Yoinkage. He exclaimed yoinked as he grabbed the drink from my grasp. But for more live examples, visit... okay, bro. Urban. Sure, bro. Get the yoinkage mug. Excuse me. Reaching my limit from talking a little bit. Mr. Almeida had a problem with TikTok key. Probably people spammed it and blocked his account. No. The TikTok key sometimes needs to be supplied again. The TikTok key changes over time. This bug literally cost you €3 already? What? Oh, you mean the bug? Ah, I see.
Code and Gree. My man, thank you for $3.
Oh, thank you, Code and Gree.
Grab
But now
a
I got
coffee,
$3.
Go take a shit and stop streaming. Then come back.
A few moments later.
Let's go for extra 2 years of Cakez TD developed sitcom.
Shut up. Why does sitcom not work? I will need to check that. Oh god, so many bugs today. Yeah, very cool bug day today, guys. Awesome. Bin, plug, resources. Sitcom. Huh. Abif, do you know why this doesn't work? Is it because of the dot after that? Is it the taking the dot into account? Pay to win toxic, ban resistant. Yeah, that's true. Like if you're pay to win, then you're ban resistant, 100%. Maybe because of the dot, yeah. Minio, thank you very much for following. Good morning. You can hide extensions. No, it's not about the extensions. It's about what he wrote as text in the TTS. But I appreciate it, Code and Gree. Thank you so much, man. You're very kind, man. All right, guys, let's see. How do we do this? We need to tick. Studio, don't even think about it, guys.
Mr. Cakez 77, the famous Twitch gentleman. The first months of your journey I thought you were kinda bad at programming and graphism, but months after it seems like you didn't give up, and it's quite impressive because I didn't know someone could be that retarded. Congrats.
It's cringe, by the way. I think bleach shouldn't trigger reflect. Isn't your code correct? But you don't display the damage every second? Yeah, my damage gets displayed based on a tick rate. And that's based on a duration. Because every buff ticks not that often. So we're not gonna have 10-second bleeds. However, I guess it's creating a... So I guess the issue is the following. Let's do this again here. Bleed.
Am I so out of touch? No.
Arzirumco_ just subscribed.
Romco, my man, thank you.
Support for 5 years. Where is this dude named TTS?
I appreciate the support, bruv. I really do, man. Thank you. Great music, by the way. Oh, that's from chat today. Shade11. Is this Vulkan or OpenGL? This is Vulkan. Ah, sorry. No. This is OpenGL. Used to be Vulkan. But I changed to OpenGL. For my sanity. Hello, gentlemen. Hello, Romko. Good morning. Alright, so here's the issue. A unit inflicts bleed, okay? So we have a unit inflicting bleed on an enemy. Okay? And the unit has physical damage and bleed damage. Okay, let's say in this case we have 100 physical and an additional bleed damage of 20. Okay. Cakes, what drives you more insane? Someone leaving the door open or Vulkan? Someone leaving the door open. I hate that so much. Oh my god. Vulkan is something that I subject myself to. But I am being subjected to the door not being closed. I have no control over someone not closing the door. I hate that. Especially when I tell them, please close the door. And then they open the door, they come in, and they leave it open. Or they try to close the door, but they are too pussy, and they're like, ploof. And then it's like, and I'm like, yeah! I hate that. There's a door open, 100%. Yeah, bleed damage and physical damage, those two together form 120. Okay? But then this is damage, okay? I want to tick this damage on the enemy. So there's two ways to do this. This could be option 1, which makes it very powerful, DPS. What does that mean? That is damage per second. And so now, let's say bleed the duration. Let's say that is 10 seconds. Well, that would mean that this becomes 1,200 damage. That's what happens at the moment. So, what should it be? Should this be the damage that I apply over the duration? Oh, we already figured this out. It needs to be DPS. It needs to be DPS. Physical damage in a bleed must be separate. So, let's undo this. I already figured out what this is. This has to be DPS. Okay, this is per second, which means this is DPS, okay? Why does that turn into DPS? And so what we could do here, right? We could supply a multiplier, right? M. And this could be a value. Could be like a value of a 0 to 1, right? That could be a multiplier. Where we basically balance this based on how much physical damage we want to apply to the bleed. But let's say this is 1, okay, for now. But let's say this is 1, okay? So we take 100 physical damage and we take our additional bleed damage of 20. Now we have 120 DPS and the duration of that right now, the base is 2 seconds. So that means we have 240 damage. And you see how overpowered this becomes, right? Because we have a duration of 2 seconds. Now, why do I do it this way? Why do I turn this into DPS and not just the damage over the duration? Here's the reason why. Why would you add the physical to the bleed? That's how it is done in Path of Exile 2. Physical damage applies to bleeding as well. Bleeding damage shouldn't be higher than main attack, but it's over a duration. It's a buff, it's a debuff. We could say, well, M is 50%, 0.5, then we only take 50%. But why do I use DPS? Well, because if I extend the duration from 2 to 3, I effectively want to have 50% more damage over the duration. So this needs to be DPS. If it's not DPS, it will always do 120 damage, but the ticks are going to be smaller. And that's bad. Effectively increasing the duration now is a debuff to the damage per second. Increasing the duration should keep the DPS the same, but ultimately result in more damage. That's how it works in Path of Exile as well. So if we go from 2 seconds to 3 seconds, we go from 240, we go from here to 360 damage. So now we have duration is a stat that affects bleeding. And so we can balance around duration. It's emergent gameplay again. You know? Physical damage only hits on 100, but your bleed ticks only with 20 as long as active, which is accurate. Then bleed can tick without an additional hit of your unit. But when the character's out of range, it could still bleed, right? So, yeah, it can. Then it does not make sense the physical damage is added. No, it makes sense. Keep it like this. You can balance with M and duration, but maybe don't make it stack. No, I want to make it stack, because bleed is strong. Out of range bleed can't just hit. With bleed... Guys, bleeding is a debuff on the enemy. If the enemy walks out of range, they're still bleeding. What are you talking about? Huh? We have an enemy that's walking by, we bleed him, we give him a wound. That wound lasts for a couple of seconds. He's bleeding even though he's still going. What are you talking about? What does the physical damage represent here? I can midway this thing. The physical damage is the damage of the attack, essentially. So your sword, if you have a big sword, you have more physical damage. Bleeding an enemy with a big sword is more powerful than bleeding an enemy with a small sword. Just bleeding right out of range. There's no additional physical hit. Guys. When you bleed someone, you inflict a wound. A wound is deep. If they are out of range, the wound is still there. It doesn't matter whether it's physical damage or not. The blade that... Why do we... Oh, guys. Why are we talking about this? First time chat is wrong. No, first time chatter is not wrong. Well, does physical... Guys. So, guys, this applies on hit. Maybe I need to make this fat. This only applies on the hit. Okay? The hit applies the debuff. Okay? 120 damage per second seems big. Yes. Now we need to balance this variable right here.
Gotcha,
this right here.
Gotcha, bitch.
Thank you guys for following. Yasin and Kupol. Good morning. I thought it was like 120 damage by hit, then 1 second you get 20 damage for 2 seconds. No. So this is DPS. This applies this right here. This is a buff, debuff. Okay. This is a debuff that lasts 3 seconds. Best streamer. Not bad, thank you. If you want low cooldown on a skill, you need a smaller M, as you said. No, like, listen, this guy will all be about close combat, very high physical damage. Okay, and bleeding and stuff like that. This will be the guy. But, so, if bleed is supposed to be 20, then M is 0.2. So this is M right here, okay? This M. Yeah? Get bleed damage. Here is where we get the physical damage, okay? We could supply this const float M to be 0.4. And then we multiply this by M. Now we have this in the game. That's very easy. I can balance this very, very easily. The question is that a good thing to do or not? So the 100 damage will be applied on the hit. So essentially the hit will deal 100 damage. And then the bleed debuff, in this case, would... Well, if we say that, okay, it's 0.4 or 0.5, then it will essentially be 50 plus 20. And that would mean 70 DPS. And then it ticks however many times, depending on the duration. I think bleed DPS shouldn't be bigger than the initial physical damage, so the M should be small. Yeah, we can try this. So total will be 100 plus 70 times seconds. Yes. That's essentially it. The total, if the bleed lasts the entire duration and is not removed or the enemy dies early, then that will be 100 plus 70 times seconds. That's essentially how I want this to work. And so this needs to be a DPS value. Then okay, I'm gonna turn it to 0.4 or maybe 0.3. Let's keep 0.4 here. This is something we can change all the time. Then we get bleed damage, we get multiplier, we get all of the damage, and then this is get bleed. This would be called get bleed DPS essentially. Over here, and then we call this bleed DPS. Dot DPS over a duration. And then bleed. When we are ticking the bleed, no. What I do here is I don't apply bleed every frame, because I want to see how much damage bleed does. Okay, and I want bleed to be shown in red, essentially. Hopefully that's... I can do that somehow. I think either M should be 0 or the 20 should be gone. No, because I want physical damage to apply to bleed and I want bleed damage to apply to bleed. Why do I want this? Well, because then I can go into the skill tree. I can create nodes, like for example this. Okay. And this node right here, let's grab these two. Let's move this in. And then I connect these here. Save that. And I don't think I have a correct sprite here. No, I don't, but we can quickly add that in. That's simple to do. I can take these. Wait, by the way, are these... These are old, right? Yeah. Let's move this, I guess, over here. And I think this is old too, isn't it? This might be old too. Let's move that here. So essentially, take this. Then I guess I'll draw a bleed drop really quickly. So that would be, I don't know how we would do that. I guess something like this. With some shininess up here on top. That looks kind of bad. Kind of looks bad. Holy moly, that looks really bad. Oh wow, yeah. I don't know. Oh god. I don't know how to do a proper bleed drop right now, but it's something like this, you know. Let's not spend too much time on this right now. It's more about the idea than anything else. A bit more saturation variation maybe? Yeah, we'll do that later, bro. Like, this can be a cool I can make this 10 times better later, but whatever, right? We do this like this for now. It's more about the idea than it is about creating the perfect. And then this would be skill tree UI. There we go. We add a new passive. This would be blood drop, right? Blood 12, yank a word, and then passive fist. Put this here. Now where is this? 1696. There you go. Then we need to go into the passive. Put this here and put it in here too. Blood. There you go. Now we have it in the thing here. Or it's empty. There we go. Okay, now I can turn these into bleed droplets. And I could say, okay, I want this to be bleed damage by 10%. Very simple. You know, and I could, or, you know, like 10%. Bless you, thank you. Right, so I could make this stronger, but only the bleeding portion. And so bleed damage 10% is the same way as, oh shit, split damage. How did that work? Oh, it's because of the stats, right? Every time I join your stream, it's like heaven singing to me, Cakes. Whenever it is your pixel art sorcery or the effortless high-skilled code wrangling, I'm constantly in awe as I eagerly expect the next thing you're going to do. Keep it up. Okay, bruv. How's it going? Anyways, so I just fucked up my skill tree with this split damage. I hate that. I can't just add new stats in like that, but I guess it is how it is. This will happen, and then I will add in stats at the bottom to learn. I'm an idiot. This was, what was this? Split damage, so that's projectile. Where's that? Projectile speed, isn't it? Projectile speed. Yeah, these are projectile speed. There you go. Projectiles return, no. These are not projectiles return, but projectile homing projectiles. And split damage. This is not split damage, but split projectiles. No. Split damage, projectile speed again. Knockback. These don't have anything, I don't know yet. Homing strength, yeah. Attack speed, knockback resistance. This is not attack. Actually, it is. Knockback resistance. It's not knockback resistance. It is something else. Knockback resistance, so that would be cooldowns. Yeah. True damage is also not that. Where is true damage? It's very far down, isn't it? Can I find it? Where's true damage? Cost, ability cost. Guys, if you find true damage, tell me, okay? Where's true damage? Am I blind? I don't you have the Vim keybinds to start fucking up for no reason and you realize too late that caps lock is enabled? I unbound caps lock. I don't have that anymore. Caps lock is escape for me. True damage. So it's actually shield orbs count. There you go. Think I did everything correctly. Now. Bleed damage, energy, armor, something like this. I bound caps lock to control. Bro, sort them. They are sorted. They are sorted. I should buy an escape to devlog, to be honest. Yeah, I think it's a good idea to do that. Anyways, okay. Oh, cooldowns here. Okay, fine. Give me a second. Cooldowns. Now we have everything correctly. Chain damage. Wait, what is chain damage? Split projectiles. Ah yeah, split count. Exactly. This was split count. Yeah, I need to remember to add stats at the bottom, not in the middle, because this is an enum, and obviously this goes and indexes into this enum. Debuff duration is also wrong. It's additional projectiles. There you go. Now everything is correct. There you go. So what I can do here now is give myself more bleed damage and essentially buff the bleed path. And down here, what I can do, you know, now that we're talking about this, I could, let's change the sprite first to something that makes more sense, like this. Oh, okay. And now, actually this should be a clock, but for now, let's do it like this. I say duration, let's see here. Ability duration. Movement speed, energy, I think it's down there somewhere. Debuff duration, that's not it. Deadly ignition, burn duration, ability effect duration, there we go. Now I can just say ability duration. And save that. So that means I make bleeding last longer. But I also make this last longer. Take a look at this. So I save this, right? I have 4 skill points. Take a look at the 17 seconds. Now it's 19 seconds. You see this? Because I went over here, I made bleeding last longer, but also this ability lasts longer. And so right at the bottom here, it affects not only this, but this, and maybe buffs here too. So for example, a buff, an AoE buff. Oh, I hate when someone is at the door, man. An AoE buff that buffs all of my units around me in an area, and that buff lasts longer. Like for example, a buff that gives all of us magic resistance for a couple of seconds, and that could be, oh my god. I don't get the error. I did get the error. I did get the error yesterday, yes. Fucking hell, man. I was explaining things. Hate that. Okay, I'm back. Aro? See what I mean? Without reloading, does that mean once the game is out, people can update their game without closing it? No, but I think I will add the ability for you to change these skill trees however you want in some sort of demo version thing. Maybe that is like a different play mode or something where you can create mods. I'll think about it, you know. But for now, it will be locked in place and you can't access this. It will just be for me. Anyway, so that's the idea, okay? And I think we made good progress on this today, because we literally added an ability, but we need to fix the ability first, the damage over time. So now it does 143 damage. I don't know. Let me test something. I'm learning a lot from this. You're lying. This guy's lying. Okay, let's see. Oh, wow. So it ticks more. It just ticks more. It doesn't stack. It just adds to the DPS. Apply buff. So let's see here. Bleeding. It gets the buff and adds the dot DPS. So what should we do, guys? Should I just apply another buff? Add the buff here. Check his messages. He's the most wholesome guy in the stream. Yeah, he's farming wholesome messages. That's what he's doing, bro. I know exactly what he's doing. Cakez, you're acting like this is all self-explanatory and common sense. Should I remind you that you're the dude with the bleeding skeletons and rock golems? You should apply a new buff and combine the damage when it ticks. But, like... I do that. I just make the buff last longer, that's the thing. Sorry, Cakez, I will not compliment you ever again. Please don't ban me. How do you make so much progress daily? I can't keep up with your pace. It brings a wide smile to my face, though. You're so good. Gotta head out. See you later, lol boy, my man. Get some stuff done. Yeah, real word, yeah. That's bad. How does this work with the duration? Yeah, so this is not including the duration at the moment. So what I should be doing is this. And then just get rid of this for now. I should just add the buff. And then this is what it looks like. One adds, the other still runs out. You added the damage, so it deals too much. Yeah. Now I'm just overwriting them. But it deals physical damage. I think I want it to be a bit different. Like I want it to be kind of red, dark red. Bleed damage. So I think I need to build a new bleeding system, a new system for damage over time effects like this. So how should we do this? Because essentially, if we think about bleeds, right? Bleeds. Essentially, every bleed has a duration. Okay, let's say 3 seconds. But when they are applied over time is different. So we have a second bleed that lasts this long, maybe. And so we might have more than one instance of bleed, but their timers are different. So how would I apply these bleeds together? Unless I just look at them separately and apply them like this separately. I can't merge them. I feel like your game could use another system as well. Would I submit such a suggestion? Where? So, do you mean this for real or are you trolling? Because I can't tell. If you mean this for real, then you know where in feedback or in suggestions on Discord. You could save the time when every bleed must go and the amount. So, every tick, you just apply all the bleeds. But let's say, you know, I have ticks. Let's make this in another color. So these are the ticks. Okay, and they, let's say they tick here. 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 Or let's do like this. Let's say they tick 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's how they tick. Let's say that, right? The ticks don't really overlap very much. They don't. Like maybe here, but that's just luck. So I think I need to make them tick independently. Or I can only apply 1 bleed. I get rid of the bleed instances and I can only have 1. Only 1. Let them tick at their times, but floating ticks wait for all of them to tick. No, because I don't know when like the tick should reset. You could make it refresh the duration and make the bleed stronger. Yeah, but that turns the bleed into an indefinitely damaged buff. Debuff that just keeps ramping. I'll show you how that looks. Because that's what I had before. Take a look at this. So this is what we had before. I'll show you how much this this goes up by. Okay, I will add a Shambler and give him, let's say, 5 million life. Okay, 5 million life. Take a look at this. Okay, wait a minute. Here, watch this. Down to .dps plus .dps, make it scaling like your M. Watch what happens over time. Watch. Huh? God, this is so loud. I hate that. Why is it not doing that? Why is it running out? I don't understand. Thank you. Yeah, it was annoying, right? Impactful effect. I don't know why this... Huh. This is interesting. Why? You remove the update? No. I do this. When I apply a buff, I get a bleeding buff. Present buff. Present buff. What do I do with the present buff? If I have a present buff, I just add .dps to it. Ah, and then it runs out. I see how it works. I see how it works. Huh. So essentially this is how it works. I remember. So bleeds. A bleed has a lifetime and it ticks in these intervals. These are the ticks. Okay, ticks. So let's say in the beginning we have 100 damage on every of these ticks. When I apply another bleed, apply one more, I effectively do 100 plus equals the new damage that, let's say, is a 100 again. And so it did 2 ticks already. Then the next tick right here is 200. But the duration stays the same. So for the remainder of the duration, I do 200. So the newly inflicted bleed does more, but it doesn't last as long. The bleed still runs out. I guess I'll watch you. The fuck is this is a pirate software stream? No, like, so what I learned and from streaming and doing this for so long, Mr. Soulfoam, is being able to visually represent what you're wanting to do in your game and having a discourse about it helps improve the game a lot. Okay, sir? Yeah? So otherwise I would just be sitting here and be like, okay, well, that doesn't work. Okay, well, let's try this. Ah, okay, that didn't work either. Ah, okay, well, how are you guys doing? Ah, okay. Ah, you had a good day? Cool, cool, cool. Okay, so, well, let me try this. Oh, so that doesn't work either. Huh, what should I do now? Well, how you guys are doing? Oh, you had a nice day? Ooh, that is awesome. Let me try this then. That doesn't work as well. Guys, see you tomorrow. Great stream. I agree. So cozy. This is much better. Wrong, wrong. Doesn't work 90. This doesn't work 90% of the stream. Yeah, kinda. You should have a demo then at least. We would have a demo then. Another sexy, easy fix would be to just increase the duration for each bleed after the first bleed. No, because I need to store that then. You know? Maybe it's different background color like green boards that some schools use. You mean like this? You mean instead of this as a color, we do like, we edit colors and we create, I don't know, this part right here, add custom colors. Okay. And then we just do this. Right? Maybe that's still a little too bright. Chalkboard meta, yeah, right. And then we start drawing on this. Okay, guys. So today we're going to work on number 1, bleeds. Number 2 will be gameplay. Any questions? No? Let us begin with bleeds then. It does really feel like a... Yeah. I mean, I wonder if these colors... What about this? Oh. I think maybe that's a bit better, huh? Kicking off teacher vibes. Oh, man. This reminds me so much of school. Make it disappear. No, by the way, the reason why black works so well with paint and then YouTube Shorts is because YouTube, when you make a video in video editing softwares, the background is completely black as well. And so you don't really have to do much editing to cut out the edges of the short. You can just, you know, you can crop off the white part of paint, and then you have like a perfectly black background for your videos. It's really good. That's why black is so good. But I'm not using this for shorts. I just like that it's so easy on the eyes. Now someone uses green in paint, we will say they are yoinking cakes. Yeah, right. Now I created my own like paint idea, but then I also have to create a background for my shorts. Shut the fuck up, collector. Fucking stupid bot. Anyways, so I don't know. Like, how should we make it work? Too much contrast? That's exactly why it works. For shorts. How should we do this, guys? Should we do it like this? I guess I need to sleep on this. Ticks, 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 ticks. And then we have 100 here. We apply another one. Then we have 200 here. And I suppose it ticks. The 100 ticks here. And then the 200 ticks here. And here. And then we have another one. That's, let's say, 300. And that only ticks once. Or maybe twice. What do you guys think? Keep it like this, but increase the duration and nerf the damage numbers a bit, so they can ramp up. I don't know, man. That would make normal bleed too weak, but ramping too overpowered. Do you want the ticks to do damage separately or all together? I think this music is impairing your critical thinking. I actually don't notice the music at all. Actually, Blade, Bless White, do you... yeah, so I don't know, guys. It's essentially here, in this case, we applied another bleed, which extends to here. And here, we applied another bleed that extends to here. And so essentially at this point, the first bleed runs out, but we still have two bleeds running. The issue, however, is... I mean, there's multiple ways to do this, right? So there's another way to do this. Let's say these are all bleeds, okay? Let's label this so everyone can follow along. Bleeds. Okay, we can do this in multiple ways, but we will have wasted time then. What we could do is the following. One bleed starts here, one bleed starts here. Okay, and maybe we have a shorter bleed in here. And then we have ticks. And a timer that goes from here all the way to the end. Okay, and I know that I'm behind on this. This one is T. And so T is the tick values. Okay? We would lose some DPS. And so every time we tick, we take a look, how many overlaps do we have? These are overlaps. Okay, so here we have 2. Here we have 1. Here we have 2. Here we have 3. 3. 3. 3. 2. And so we just add the bleed DPS to all of these overlaps together. This is what we could potentially do. And then whenever we tick, you see that the ticks apply like this, right? So essentially this part here This is waste. Wasted. And that would happen here too. So let's say this is here, 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 here. Actually, this one would maybe not have waste. We'll see. This part right here, that could be wasted. This could be wasted too. You know. What do you guys think? And so only the first bleed would actually be perfectly aligned with the grid. The tick grid, what I would call it. But there's also some gain as well at the start, so they cancel out. Oh, you're right. But then once this bleed runs out, all of the instances of bleed should run out. It looks exactly like the problem from before. No, this one is better. We just have to figure out what happens when this runs out. Which one should be the which one should be the primary resource now? Grab the first bleed. But then what about the step, the time step? Does the time step still stay the same until all bleeds run out? So let's say this top part here, right? This runs out. This is gone. Goodbye. And then we add in another one here. Now this applies, let's move it a little bit so it doesn't align with the grid perfectly, like this in a way. Then we still have the same, like, I don't know, tick timer. The timer still stays the same. What do you guys think? If the first runs out, the second carries on. And we'll tick according to it. I think this... I think what happens is... you could say that every hit adds new bleed stack and resets the bleed timer to restart. So I would need to have instances of bleeds happening, right? So these are all their own instances. This is an instance. This one here too. And they all have different timers. Instance, instance, instance. You could say that every hit adds a new bleed stack and resets the bleed timer to restart. If every hit resets the bleed timer to restart, I get infinite damage. Essentially, this is what happens. I'll show you. This is what it will look like. Watch what happens over time. 1,000, 1,100. It will deal so much damage that it just ramps. That's why bleed is OP generally. I don't know, like, I think this is too crazy. Look how it ramps. Ticks by 6,000. It's ramping. That's a lot of damage, yeah. You see this? Maybe I should do it like this. I don't know. Because essentially bleed works in a way where when you're out of range, it's gone. It stops. It stops now. It's gone. You could reduce the stack amount, so the more you get, the more it adds. Like, for example, times 3. I always memed about your streams, killing brain cells, but I guess there's some truth to it. The recent wholesome wave in chat feels like you broke certain viewers and essentially I lobotomized them. It makes me wonder if a collector is not using a bot after all. How did you read the old messages and skip the new one? Is your chat not scrolled? No, it's not scrolled. Sorting or Tokyo Spliff don't need to use chat paint crutches. Holy delay. Yeah, like it didn't update for me. One more question. What happens if 2 changes with different values apply bleed? It just adds on top. You just add on top. But if you limit the bleed stacks, then the logic could be simple as to say every milliseconds you applied bleed damage multiplied by the number of stacks. Yeah, we could do that. I think this is a problem that I need to sleep on, actually. We made a new ability today, or we fixed this ability, made it a bit better. We added in... what happened to the skill tree? Save. We made the skill tree a bit nicer as well. I think that's good. Now I want to say thank you to Hold on My Groin, because he added in, I think, was it here, submissions? I improved the Magma Golem sprite, removed excess frames, removed the big rock. Rocks now rotate. It's too much movement, not too much movement now. Added a separate moving body, animated sprite layer, floating body fields required. And then he also made a Wolfang fist thing. That's crazy. Let's take a look. I think this should still move, though. I think this should still move a little bit up and down. It's much better now. But I think it should still move like a tiny bit up and down over the frames. I can do that too. Body. How do we work with this? I don't know how that works. I've never done this before. Body. So I guess like this. I think that's already it. I think that's already it. Like very, very simple. Look at chat. Hello, Cakez. There's already a moving body, Cakez. Wait, there is? Ah, I see. Sorry about that. Oh, wow. Okay, thank you. Looks really good, bro. Thank you very much. Don't make body and both rocks move at the same direction, though. I think it would be cooler if the body was moving up while the rocks move down and vice versa. Guys, we can make this sprite better over time. But I really appreciate that, man. Hold my groin. Thank you so much. You're incredible, I have to say. Now let's figure out... I think I'm gonna get rid of this top part here. This 1 pixel. Because then it's easier for me to... Have like a smaller... Alright, let's save this. Let's see, edit file, open recent. Magma Golem. Oh yeah, also, we need to do image. It looks like you are a person that likes to draw things to the right. I'm a person that likes to draw things to the left. Flip horizontally. By the way, I already have Sprite open, do I? Oh god. Let's go to downloads. Oh god. Where's Magma Golem? Sprite files. Ah, there we go. No, PNG. Ah, shit. Is it Magma Golem? Yes. Export, and then we can do file open recent. Magma Golem. Okay, cool. That's way less frames. That's really good. Because the previous one just had way too many frames, unfortunately. And I think it was here, right? Let's see how far it went to the right. Yeah, like this. Thank you, man. This is really nice of you. You don't know how much you helped me with this. This is a really cool enemy. We're gonna make this guy crazy good. We're gonna add animations later. You know, make him clap units on melee. You know, like a clap explosion kind of thing. Stuff like that. And then, like, you know, a rain of meteor fire. How many frames? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 frames. Okay. Now it's, instead of 21, it's 6. That's a huge improvement, bro. Make the lava trickle down? Yeah, later. Later. We don't have the time for this right now. Again, for Bleed, we'll take a look at this tomorrow to do. This is what we're gonna do tomorrow to do. Think about how Bleed should work. Oh. And then let's just test out round 0. Oops. The Magma Golem. Cakez, I think you deserve one wholesome message for the day. Very nice, Magma Golem. Yeah, okay. Appreciate it, bro. Uh-oh. Did it not update properly? Oh, wait. The size here is different, isn't it now? What is the size? It is 128 and 176. You made this much better, did you? There we go. I still think they should loop faster through the animations when they're really slow. Huge, yeah. I think they are bopping, he's bopping a little bit too slowly. How many lines in Game CPP? 23,000 at the moment. Which I think is fine. Maybe remove the last frame? No, I think it's fine. That has nothing to do with this. It is essentially just a very low speed combined with the game. Let's see. Movement speed. It's called get animation. Let me see. Case Let's see. Animation state walk run. This is what it is here. Animation time. I multiply this by 5.5. And this is dependent on the movement speed. And so what I could potentially do is for every enemy have like their own multiplier. So essentially like this. An entity has an animation, a movement animation multiplier. Not sure if that works, but let's see here. Like a float, movement, animation, multi, which is 5.5 by default. And then obviously entities are wrong now. And then instead of doing... Go away, man. Stop. Stop it! Okay, animation state run, and then we do entity, animation, movement animation multi. You see that? And now everything would be 5.5, and then for the magma golem, we just set the multiplier to 10 or something. Animation speed multiplier is better than what I wrote. You should have a separate variables for animation speed and movement speed. I have movement speed here, but I had a generic animation speed for movement speed, which didn't work for every enemy. So now I'm gonna try out a separate thing, and we'll see how that looks. I still think it's too slow. I still think this needs to be higher, like 20. And then in update enemy, we need to store this. No, actually we don't need to store this. Maybe a bit more, but yeah, we're starting to get there. Oh my god. Maybe like 24 or something? Might also want it different per map. I think this is good. Looks like he needs to be used to going out from the bottom of the map. He's too big to see the flame. Yeah, and guys, I already talked about this yesterday. We will make this, this guy, we will make it different for this guy. Yeah, I think I like this. Again, hold on my groin. Thank you very much for this sprite. This is awesome. And there's one last sprite that we need to take a look at. And then tomorrow we're gonna talk about all of the things that I didn't talk about today. I don't like my voice, which is why I didn't talk about many things I wanted to talk about. I want my voice to get a rest. So, oh wow. Oh wow. Damn, bro. Dude, that's awesome. Like, we have to use it. For sure. Yeah. It's a bit noodly. Just wait. It's gonna be faster in the game. Yoink? Yeah, so he gave it to me, you know? How is that yoinking? It's, you know, thank you very much. Kinda. Can you play it in reverse? Give me a second. I'm gonna code this in really quickly. Okay, and I hope by tomorrow, how much is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 or 8. Let's try 8, and if 7, if that sucks, then we do 7. If 8 sucks, we do 7. 1,456. There you go. And then in the game, there you go. We do the scratch number 2. Let's see. And for that, we also need to move the make this A and then round to 0. We set this to the shambler. There you go. Let's see. Yeah. Wait, it worked. It's not bad. What do you guys think? So we could do either 6 or 7. 7 or 8. Let's try 7. Looks great. I think this is good. Holding my grind. Thank you, man. I appreciate it so much. Thank you so much for the help with this. Yeah, tomorrow we're gonna fix the bleeds, guys. I don't know how we're gonna do it yet. But we'll figure out a way. Man, I didn't think I would do 4 hours today. I'm pretty impressed. I'm very happy about this. Actually. I need to take a break. I'm gonna send you over to Dev's Budgets. I appreciate everyone joining today. Hopefully tomorrow my voice will be better. I'm gonna, you know, relax a little bit more, rest my voice, do all of the other things that I need to do, and then tomorrow we're going to continue. Okay, I hope you guys have a great day, and I appreciate all of the support from today. I really do. It means a lot to me. And yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow. And we continue, okay? Thank you again for the big support. It means a lot to me. Soon, guys. Soon we can do this full time. You know? Maybe a couple more years. We'll see. Peace, guys. Have a great day. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Don't forget to close the doors. Yeah, true. See you on YouTube as well, guys.